Dear Muslims, the world is scared of us. The world is laughing at us. The world is worried about us. And there are legitimate reasons for their worry that we cannot just deny. It is time to flush the word Islamophobia down the toilet and start looking in the mirror and ask ourselves, how did we get here? How come the biggest and most dangerous thriving terrorist organization in the world are Muslim? How come terrorists successfully use Islam to mobilize more terrorists? What is the problem with our leaders, our books, our imams, and our religion? Why do we keep repeating these Stone Age traditions that have failed us and continue to fail us? The world has left us behind. The kuffar that our imams and books tell us to hate have traveled to the future, while we're still stuck in the Middle Ages, reading stories about Muhammad and his flying horse. You're watching this on your phone or your computer or tablet, created by these kuffars. The same kuffar that we hate so much have created most of the medicines that we use today. Medicine that our religion's crystal ball failed to bring about. The kuffar have moved forward and traveled into space. Meanwhile, we're stuck on earth in the Middle Ages, going to our poisonous mosques every Friday, reciting the same chapters and the same stories of Prophet Muhammad. Why haven't all of these books and teachings led us to science and technology and medicine? We're stuck debating which sect is correct, which interpretation is correct, who is the kafir and who is the real Muslim. How can we convince the kuffar to become Muslims? Why on earth would anybody want to be Muslim today? They're all scared of us. They're all laughing at us. They're all worried about us. Delete Israel and the West from the world and we would still be as ignorant as we are, and we would still be stabbing each other as we are. Stop blaming them and look at yourselves in the mirror.
So one of the dumbest things about hadith rejectors, they're so outdated in their arguments against Islam. What they do is when they criticize hadith, they criticize this level. They criticize this level right here. They say, Bukhari created this hadith, Muslim, Ahmed, that's what they're so outdated. This is the type of stuff that kuffar used to say, Western academics, Orientalists used to say like 100 years ago, even before that. Now, Western academics that hate hadith, that hate Islam, they don't attack this level. Khalas, they've advanced. Now they attack this level. They push it back. They push the hadith back much higher because they notice that, oh, wait a second. All these sources, they're quoting another source. They're quoting another level of narrators. This level of narrators, they're quoting a higher level of narrators. So this argument that hadith is 200 years old is very outdated. Now again, the people that hate Islam in Western academia, the Orientalists, they push it back. They push it back to the end of the 1st century, the beginning of the 1st century. So this is me helping you, ya misakin, helping you with your criticisms of hadith. Attack this, don't attack this. But here's where it gets a bit complicated. What if you have multiple? Oh, we got another narrator right here. Oh, we got another narrator right here. We got B1, B2. Let's call this one B3. Now we have multiple people on this level. What are we going to do now? What if we have multiple people here? Okay, now it's getting a bit complicated. But you see, we have a lot of reports like this. And if we stick even with this Western academic view of hadith, you still have to attribute the reports to the early generation. And when you do this, this is when it gets complicated for you guys. This is when it gets bad for you guys. And that's where you have no choice but to affirm that the hadith is from Rasulullah. Enjoy this video, you share this video, and even the duck knows that the hadith is sahih.
God have mercy upon us. God have mercy upon us.
Farid, it is you I'm looking at like this. I'm serious. It seems you don't seem to see any problem with what you said. But I'm called correctional officer for a reason, and I'm going to show you the problem with your logic in what you just said, Farid. Correctional officer is going to help you. You said we are criticizing the Kutubu Sitta you guys are so proud of, and your scholars, the Kutubu Sitta. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say Kutubu Sitta, that is the 6 books the scholars have made highly authentic that should be used to practice their version of Islam. Their scholars assign those books. He said we are criticizing those books. So we have to leave criticizing those books and go up higher. No, your scholars put those 6 books as excellent books to be used to practice. So ladies and gentlemen, what is Kutubu Sitta? Kutubu Sitta are the 6 canonical hadith collections most widely accepted in Sunni Islam. They are considered foundational sources for understanding the Sunnah of the Prophet, according to your scholars. The 6 books of Hadith, the collections were compiled between the 9th century, which is the Prophet was existing in 7th century. Those books started existing in the 9th century. Ladies and gentlemen, how many centuries in between? 2 centuries, that is 200 years. Because the best collection Hadith book that you have been using is Imam Bukhari. His is the one you are using. So, ladies and gentlemen, from the 9th and the early 10th century CE, Common Era, and are revered for their authenticity and scholarly rigor. Now, you have Sahih al-Bukhari, you have Sahih Muslim, you have Sunan Abi Dawud, you have Jami at-Tirmidhi, you have Sunan an-Nasai, then you have Sunan Ibn Majah. These are the 6 canonical books that you use. Your scholars assign them for you to use. You say we are attacking those books, but we should rather be attacking what is beyond. If those beyond were relevant, how come your scholars were not using it? Why did you invent Kutubu Sitta? Out of your naivety. Your scholars invented Kutubu Sitta and they are takfiring us on these trash books. And now we are criticizing these trash books. You are now telling us we should leave criticizing this trash. We should go up. Okay, no problem. Let me make the matters easy for you. Farid response. Your comedy books, who made them Sahih? Who put the Sahih on them? Was it the Prophet? Akhi. Who? Man. Who made them Sahih? Who classified? Was it the Prophet? Was it the Prophet? Was he aware? Was he the one who said these hadith collections are Sahih? Akhi, don't do that. If God says Atiwu Allah wa Atiwu Rasula, where did the Rasul says this kutub that you are saying we should stop criticizing the Kutubu Sitta and go above and criticize? Those one above there, who made their books Sahih? Do you see how sectarians are deprived of intelligence and logic? Farid response, I was coming for you because you call us punks. That's why I'm coming for you. Wallahi lazim. And you know you are never going to last on a one-on-one match. I'm not joking with you, Farid. One-on-one, intellectually, I'm shutting you down. I'm not joking. You know me. We can go. Let's talk about this topic alone. Who made them Sahih? That's my question to you. Who made those books above you are even talking? Who made them Sahih, authentic, to be followed? Who? The Prophet? I dare you. This is a match you never live to see the end of it. I'm serious. How can you win this match? No, I dare you. Who made your books Sahih? And if you say your scholars, who gave them the authority to make them Sahih? Aji. Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil. You are never going to last. But let's take your word one by one. Farid response. You know you are a brother, right? So even though we don't agree, fine. But let's go one by one.
So one of the dumbest things about hadith rejectors.
He says one of the dumbest things about hadith rejectors, the last time I checked, you yourself, you reject some hadith books. Farid, I have countless videos of you rejecting certain hadiths, saying this hadith is not this thing. Even though your scholars, some of your scholars classify it as authentic. You yourself, you reject them. And if you don't, I want us to have a dialogue one-on-one where you sit in the eyes of the people. I will ask you, according to Sahih al-Bukhari 5134, the Prophet married a CCSO girl and slept with her at the age of 9. If it is a sunnah we have to follow, I'm willing to hear you say affirmatively that you're willing to marry a CCSO girl and also consummate the marriage at 9 years. Farid, what are you waiting for? The last time I checked, that comes from the Kutubut Sitta. I didn't make them highly classified. Your scholars made it highly classified. Okay, you say one of the dumbest things. Let's analyze if it is actually a dumb claim.
They're so outdated. And
No, we are not outdated. You are rather outdated because you are using an outdated book. Yes, they will say, what about the Quran? Because it's come from God. God never expires. Does God expire? Does God's words expire? The answer is no. But how about the words of your scholars? They are outdated. We are not outdated. But wait a minute. If we are even outdated, your book approves of us. Your books, hadith books, approves of who we are. Al-Quran. Out of your Kutubu Sitta, one of the books, Sunan Ibn Majah, 215, actually says Al-Quran. The so-called Quraniyun you are attacking are actually the people of God. And it is Sahih, by the way. And the Isnad is Sahih. And according to you, when I die, the angel is going to ask me, Marabbuka. Then I will say, my God is my Allah. Madinuka, al-Islam. Then they say, according to the hadith, then the angel will say what? Ma haza rajulun lazi bu'itha fiikum. Then you will say what? Huwa Rasulullahi. Wama yudrika qara'atu kitaballahi fa'amantu bihi wasaddaqtu. Now, according to your own hadith, Sunan Abi Dawud, which is part of the Kutub Sitta, again, listen carefully. This hadith I'm quoting is Sahih. The Isnad is Sahih also. The chain of narration is Sahih, authentic. It says, the angel will ask you in the grave, Ma Rabbuka, who is your Lord? You will say, Rabbi Allah, that Allah is your Lord. Ma dinuka, you will say Al-Islam, Deen al-Islam. You say your religion is Al-Islam. Then he says, Ma haza rajulul lazi bu'itha fiikum huwa Rasulullahi wa ma yudrika. What did he teach you? What did he make known to you? According to your own hadith books, which is Sahih, listen carefully, which is Sahih, I will be answering the angel by saying, Qara'atu kitaballahi fa'amantu bihi. Then he says what? Wa saddaqtu. That me being questioned by the angel, according to your hadith, which is Sahih, you will say, I will tell the angel that that the book of God, that the prophets actually taught us the book of God. And I believed in it. Right? I believed in it and consider it true. Or I gave credence to it. If that is the case, that means you, the Sunnis especially, if that is the answer you are going to give the angel, you'll be lying to the angel. Farid, if this is the answer you are going to answer the angel, then I swear to God, you Sunnis are liars. Because in this answer, I didn't see Kitab wa Sunnah. No, it's not there. I didn't see Kitab wa Hadith. Hey, Farid, look. According to you again, The Prophet, Sahih Muslim, 2408, then the letter C. It says, Kitab Allahi fihi al-huda wa nur. Man istamsaka bihi wa khaza bihi kana ala al-huda. Then he says what? The book of God contains the right guidance, the light, and whoever adheres to it or holds on to it, adheres to it and holds on to it. Then he says he is upon the guidance, or he who is upon the right guidance. Then he says, and whoever deviates from it goes astray. Now this is from your own hadith book. Your own hadith book here. I'm quoting. So now, if your own hadith books is actually giving credence to the book of God, and we go again, Sahih Muslim 1218a, it says what? The Prophet says, Qad taraktu fikum ma lan tadillu ba'dahu. Then he says what? Ini tasamtum bihi kitabullah. He says, I have left among you something which you will never which you'll never go astray, or which will never lead you astray if you hold on to it. Which is what? The book of Allah, the book of God. The book of God. This is what your own Sahih Muslim hadith says. And apart from that, your own hadith book, which is Sahih al-Bukhari, 2740, a question was asked that what did the Prophet leave behind? I asked, he says what? Narrated by Talha ibn Musarrif. He says, I asked Abdullah ibn Abi Awfa, did the Prophet make a will? Then a reply was given. He replied, no. I said, how is it then that the making of a will has been enjoined on people? He replied, Awsa bi kitabullah. He says the Prophet bequeathed the book of God. That's what your own hadith book says. Again, Sahih al-Bukhari 2155, according to your own Sahih hadith book, which is part of the Kutub al-Sitta. Everything I'm quoting here is part of the Kutub al-Sitta, assigned by your Sunni so-called outdated scholars. And you, Farid, give credence to that. But because we are pointing out the loopholes, the lapses in your understandings, you guys are now sleepless. You're having sleepless nights. Now, this hadith I'm quoting next, which is Sahih al-Bukhari, the chain of narration is, the isnad is authentic. I'm waiting for you to come and tackle this video and point out where everything I said, which is not authentic. It is authentic. The chain is authentic. Anybody who has the reference I'm quoting, check it for yourself. The isnad is authentic. There is no doubt about it. According to your scholars, I don't believe in that. I'm only quoting this back to you, Farid. It says that according to the hadith, he says the Prophet said, whoever imposes a condition which is not in the book of Allah, then that condition is false. Even if he imposes it 100 times. For God's conditions are more binding and reliable. Man ishtarata shartan laysa fi kitabillah fahuwa batil. Whoever will impose a condition which is not found in the book of God, then that condition is false. That is your own hadith. Again, Sahih al-Bukhari 5027, narrated by Uthman ibn Affan. Then he says, the Prophet said, the best among you are those who learn the Quran and teach it. Khairukum man ta'allama al-Quran wa 'allamahu. He says, the best among you are those who learn the Quran and teach it, not who learn the hadith and teach it. Listen carefully. The best among you are those who learn the Quran and teach it. So I'm not surprised your own hadith book says the people of God are the Ahlul Quran. But again, you guys hate the Quranists. I'm not advocating for Quranism, but your own book is praising Quranists. How punksters can you hadith followers be? This is your book. The cherry picking we can also do, because you also do cherry picking. You call us hadith rejectors. You yourself, you reject some of your hadiths. As a matter of fact, this hadith, when we give it back to you, you end up rejecting it. Even though it's in the trash you call book of guidance. We find this trash in your book. This is where you start giving the excuses, rejecting them in front of us in the broad daylight. Anyways, let's go to another hadith. That is the best one. Sunan Ibn Majah, narrated by Anas bin Malik. This is not is authentic. It says, Inna Allah alina minan nas. Manhum, who are they? Hum alul Quran. Alullahi wa khasatuhu. He says, they are the people of God, which are the what? The people of the Quran. So initially, Quranists, Quraniyun are the people of God. I dare you, come and show us where he says the people of the Hadith are the people of God. Hadithiyoons. Anyways, let's continue. You say our claims are dumb claims, right? Okay, let's continue.
Arguments against Islam, what they do is when they criticize hadith, they criticize this level. We
didn't leave the upper level. We started dealing with the look. If you are building a house, do you start with the top or you start with the foundation? We are starting with the foundation, the downside. Farid, how does your logic work? Do you think we are criticizing the prophet? No, we are criticizing the narrators. Why should we deal with the prophet? You put the prophet up there on the diagram, and you want us to criticize the prophet? No, akhi, don't do that. We don't criticize the prophet. We are criticizing your gossipers, the gossips. They will even have hadith where the prophet and his wife are at home alone. By the way, in the 7th century, there is no hidden camera. There's hey, Abbott. Let me make sure I'm online. Something happened here. What happened to the video? Oh, don't tell me my Facebook this thing disconnect again. Oh, why are they doing that to me? Maybe it's on. Yeah, it's on, right? Guys, if you're on Facebook, if I'm still on, let me know. If you're on Facebook watching me, I'm there, let me know, please. Anybody watching from Facebook, if I'm still connected, let me know. Because I got a blacked out of my screen all of a sudden. I don't know what happened. The last time it happened, Facebook went off. So if I'm still on, please let me know. Anybody watching from Facebook, if I'm still on, please write in the comments that you're watching me. Okay, I'm still on, right? So in the 7th century, I guess these comedians, they have cameras in the room of the prophet. So when he's doing something with his wife, these guys even have them in their narrations. Imagine the prophet who do something private. No, imagine this modern day, you do something private with your partner, and now you bring it out to narrate to who? Hey! Ladies and gentlemen, when you go to the Quran chapter 66, when you read from verse 1 to verse 4, one of the wives of the prophet, when the prophet narrated something to her and she informed it to another wife, what did God do? It angered God, and he gave them warning to repent from that. Now imagine a wife of the prophet goes to tell another wife an information her husband said to her. God is telling them to repent. Now, can you imagine these comedians? They have several hadith books narrating that Aisha narrated to them. Aisha, they say Aisha narrated by Aisha, narrated by Aisha. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, one wife of the prophet goes to narrate to another wife a secret the prophet told one. God asked them to repent. Now you are now telling me this same one of the prophets, one will go outside to narrate to these comedian scholars a secret which happened in privacy between her and the prophet, and come and tell the Sahabas for them to write it down and pass it, and you call this guidance. Farid, something is wrong with you. I'm serious. If that video you made it to justify that Quran alone followers, we are dumb. Hey, Farid. Farid, don't do that.
Right here, they say, Bukhari created this hadith, Muslim, Ahmed, that's what they're so outdated. This is the type of stuff that kuffar used to say, Western academics, Orientalists used to say like 100 years ago, even before that. Now, Western academics that hate hadith, that hate Islam, they don't attack this level. Khalas, they've advanced. Now they attack this level. They push it back, they push the hadith back much higher because they notice that, oh, wait a second, all these sources, they're quoting another source, they're quoting another.
That is what with this comedian. That is why you guys have what we call chain of narration. It's not. If I already have the isnad coming up to Bukhari, and I have Bukhari here, I condemn Bukhari, that means I condemn all the chain of narration. What is wrong with you, Farid? That is why you guys have the isnad. We call it chain of narrators. And the chain of narrators, according to you, you have checked the mutawatir, the consistency of classifying it as sahih. Oh my God, Farid. Now you want us to leave the chain and go where? And go to the locket. You know, guys, there's a chain. You have chain and you have the locket. There's a locket. These guys are outdated in their brains. So he is saying we should leave Imam Bukhari, we should leave Muslim and the Persians, we should leave them out. Then we have to jump the gun. We forget the narrators even. Farid, so you thought you're making an argument. Oh my God, Farid. Go and come again.
Another level of narrators. This level of narrators, they're quoting a higher level of narrators. So this argument that hadith is 200 years old is very outdated. Now again, the people that hate Islam in Western academia, the Orientalists, they push it back. They push it back to the end of the 1st century, the beginning of the 1st century. So this is me helping you, ya masakin.
And he calls us masakin by insulting us. When an Arabian calls you masakin, is insulting you. Or he calls you miskin. Whenever you are talking to an Arabian, listen carefully, ladies and gentlemen. If he's talking to you alone, he will call you miskin. If he says masakin, he's talking in plural sense. Whenever you hear an Arabian use that word against you, it's an insult. In the Quran, when we say miskin, it's somebody who is poor, right? But when an Arabian is using to you, he's using it in the sense of calling you a wretched. You understand? You're like, So when you hear an Arabian calling you miskin, or in plural senses, masakin is an insult. So here, Farid is calling us masakin. We are actually on the necks of these mushriks. Wallahi, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time you see the beginning of my videos. When I'm starting the video, do you hear what? This is the time you have to join Baba Shuaib. Let's fight these bozos, these mushriks. I'm serious. They can't fight us. Muhammad hijabs, the Farids, that you let them come one-on-one. Let them face Baba Shuaib one-on-one. one on one. You question me, I question you. Let's go intellectually. Let's see how you guys will stand the test of time. You say you are helping us, Masakin. Farid, we don't need your help. We don't need.
Helping you with your criticisms of hadith. Attack this. Don't attack this.
Oh, you see the game he wants to play? We've been attacking the ones down. He's in pains. He wants us to stop the down so that he can have an argument. Guys, we are never going to stop attacking the downside. We will attack the downside till you put it in the trash, because I call them garbage books anyway. But we are going to attack the downside till you guys put that in the trash. We will make sure you ban the 6 kutubu sita. Then we will jump and come upside. This miskin thinks he's helping us. Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil. Farid. Hey. Let's continue.
But here's where it gets a bit complicated. What if you have multiple? Oh, we got.
He's even making it worse. That the ones on top of Bukhari and the Muslims, they have multiple narrators. How come you guys don't put it up front to the people and say, okay, let's abandon Bukhari and so on. We are going to give you those up there. You be using this hadith up there. Don't use Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim. Don't use this trash. Start using the ones above. Let's see if you guys can stand the test of time. Farid, it cannot last. If the predecessors, the book of the predecessors was relevant, Imam Bukhari's book will never be relevant today. Had the predecessors, the hadith books they wrote was relevant, Imam Bukhari's book today will never have been relevant, because people will still go back to the old one instead of dealing with Imam Bukhari's version. Are you getting my point? Guys, have you ever been in a situation where you watch a movie and then that movie, they made a new version of it? Then you hear people say, I still prefer the old version. Do you agree with me? Have you ever been in a situation where you have watched maybe a movie, Spider-Man, Batman, you name it, Superman, all these movies you are watching in the cinemas, they've made it before. It's not like it's a new thing. They've made the movies before, but according to that timeline. Then they will come again in this generation and they make a new version of that same movie, right? Then you go to the cinema and watch it. Then you are like, no, I still prefer the previous one, right? So till date, I give an example for people who have watched movie like Terminator 2, The Judgment Day. That is the movie, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the year 2025. The movie was in the year 1991. But I swear to God, anybody who has seen the movie in 1991 and still watch it today, you still feel as if the movie is a recent movie. You don't see it like an old fashioned, even though they have new versions of Terminator movies. But when you still watch the 1991 version, you will still have that feeling that this was done, timeless. So if you are claiming we should stop attacking the down part of this hadith, which are so popular, the 6 canonical hadith books you have presented, Kutubu Sitta, we should stop attacking that, right? We should go and follow the chain of narration and follow the ones above. Farid, you don't have a case. No, you don't have a case. But let's go.
Got another narrator right here. Oh, we got another narrator right here. We got B1, B2. Let's call this one B3. Now we have multiple people on this level. What are we going to do now? What if we have multiple people here? Okay, now.
Farid, you are not listening to yourself. You say, what if we have multiple people here? All these chain of narrators you are giving, the Prophet never gave them authority. He never made them sahih. He never gave them the authority. As a matter of fact, there is no single hadith book where the prophet made a prophecy that people will be coming beyond me to write hadith books about me. They don't have that hadith. It doesn't exist. According to your hadithiyoons, they say the prophet knows the future. He has prophesied about the future. He can tell you if the Dajjal is coming. He can tell you if Jesus is coming. He can tell you Jesus is coming to kill the swine. He says that he knows the day of judgment. He make all this prophecy. But yet he couldn't tell you if Imam Bukhari is actually coming in the future. Hey, thank you very much, my brother. That is Felix Bloom, colleague, right? Felix Bloom from Germany. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the super chat. God bless you. He says, may we stand firmly with the truth against falsehood. Yes, no doubt. No doubt. And Quran chapter 10, verse 82, God says, وَيُحِقُّ اللَّهُ الْحَقَّ بِكَلِمَاتِهِ وَلَوْ كَرِهَ الْمُجْرِمُونَ. He says, God will enforce the truth with his words, even if the criminals dislike it. Yes, yes. And we know the criminals. According to Quran chapter 10, verse 32, God says, فَمَاذَا بَعْدَ الْحَقِّ إِلَّا دَلَالٌ. What is there after the truth, if not falsehood? So we are going to use the truth to strike the falsehood. And look, they will be running. I'm serious. You see how these sectarians are having sleepless nights? I tell you, no doubt, I'm telling you, Baba Shuaib, God bear me witness. You see how they are having sleepless nights? I'm telling you, you mark it somewhere on the wall, inshallah. It will get to a point, these people will be begging us to be on their platforms. I'm not joking with you. Look, now you might think they are trying to ward us away, right? It will get to a point, I'm telling you, they will beg us to be on their platforms. We used to be just a little number, right? The number is growing. Do you see when we started growing? Now it has become a problem for them. They have no choice than to respond to us. Now it's not going to only be about respond. We are going to be doing debate with them. It's not only going to be about debate. We are going to be invited as guests of honors on their platforms. They will be begging us to sit with them on the same platform. I'm not joking with you. Mark it on the wall. Yeah, we are coming. And they know we are unstoppable, inshallah. We have nothing to be proud of but God. Yes, we have God on our side. That's all we have. You see when God supported Moses against Pharaoh? Did you see where Pharaoh ended up? In the sea. And who were given Egypt after that? Moses and his people inherited Egypt. Go and check the histories in the Quran. Read chapter 7. Start from verse 140 and read downwards up to 170 or 79. You will see the history there. The people of Moses were given Egypt. They inherited. The place where once Pharaoh was proud of. God took him away and gave to the people of Moses. Go and check the history. So these people, I swear to God, bear me witness. Guys, bear me witness. These people will be begging us to be on their platforms. Yes, the time is coming. You mark it on the wall. Let's go.
It's getting a bit complicated. But you see, we have a lot of reports like this. And if we stick even with this Western academic view of Hadith, you still have to attribute the reports to the early generation. And when you do this, this is when it gets complicated for you guys. This is when it gets bad for you guys. And that's where you have no choice but to affirm that the Hadith is from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Enjoy this video. You share this video.
He says that's where we have no choice but to affirm that the Hadith is coming from the prophets. When we ask you, where did the prophet made it Sahih? Who made the Hadith authentic? Imagine your prophet has to say something. Then you have a scholar who never met your prophet. He is the one deciding this is authentic and this is not authentic. So listen to the logic of the sectarians. Your prophet says something. You have a scholar who is a nobody judging the words of your prophet, and he says this is authentic. Okay, take this one. So somebody is judging your prophet. before you are telling us to come and take it. let it make sense to me. Your prophet says something, somebody has to judge the words of your prophet before you can follow it. Guys, the last time I checked in the Quran, if God and his messenger issue a command, do you have any choice? Then why do they have their scholars who have to have a choice over what the messenger says before it can be followed? Now, Farid response is even the duck agrees. Look.
And even the duck knows that the hadith is sahih.
He says the duck knows that the hadith is sahih. I'm not surprised. Even a donkey narrated hadith book. So if a duck knows that hadith is sahih, ladies and gentlemen, according to the Farid, he's actually mocking their hadith books. So it takes a duck to know. This time it's not a sheep. It's in trying to say a sheep eats the verse of the Quran or a page of the Quran. Now it's a duck who knows that hadith is sahih. I don't need such a book where it takes a duck to tell me that hadith is sahih. I don't need such book. No. God forbid. Hey. Farid, back to you. Back to you, Farid. I know you watched this video, Farid. I tagged you. I would love to have a dialogue with you. And if anyways, a respectful one, right? Forget about the jovial aspect, right? So yes, I would love to have a dialogue with you. I think your phone number was given to me. I will try to give you a call. I'll give you a call. Let's have a dialogue, right? It will be fun. Let's have a dialogue, inshallah. Anyways, let's go on to the next video, right? So Farid, we are done with you. So guys, we are going back to the headache video. The video that gave you the headache. I'm sorry, I need to play the video again. That video, you need to use it to learn. I'm going to give a breakdown to what the man said, right? So we have no choice then. I have to play the video for you. So it has to do talking about against the Quranists also. So here is the video.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to another podcast. Welcome, Dr. Omar Attila Ogi.
Hello, Dr. Sulaika. It's good to be here.
It's good to have you for another topic. And today we're going to be...
His name is what? Dr. Omar Attila. Dr. Omar Attila. Right? I don't know. Should I put the video somehow? How do I do that? No. Let me do it this way. Yeah. His name is Dr. Omar Attila. He is going to say some of the dumbest things you have ever heard online against the Quran alone followers, right? He doesn't have a big argument, but I'm going to prove that to you, right? Anyways, let's listen to Dr. Omar Attila, right?
We're focusing on the Quranian or the Quranists, which is a movement, really.
This is the name they gave us. Quraniyun in plural sense. Singular sense, Quraniyi. Quraniyi is one person who follows the Quran. Quraniyun is people who follow the Quran. They call us Quranists in English. They gave us Quranists. Good. I quoted Hadith, Sunan Ibn Majah, 215. It says, Ahlul Quran are the people of God. The people of the Quran are the people of God and the closest to God. So if you call us Quranists, you are going against your own Hadith book. Because I repeated, according to you guys, the Sunnis and the Shia, somebody dies, he will be questioned in the grave, according to you guys. So in the grave, when the angel asks him, Man Rabbuka, he will say Allah. Ma dinuka, he will say Islam. Then they will ask him, what did the messenger teach you? You will say Kitabullah, that is Quran. You will never say Kitabullah and Sunnah. Kitabullah wa Hadith. You will only say Kitabullah. That means you are lying to the angel, according to your Hadith books. Because if according to the Hadith, I have to say Kitabullah, Quran, then how come I cannot say Kitab and Sunnah? Because you guys say we have to follow Quran and Sunnah. And according to you, when somebody dies, you are going to only say Kitabullah. Hey, that means you lie to the angel. So is the angel going to take that answer? If yes, he's going to take that Quran, Kitabullah, which means I can still say I follow the Kitabullah law. How is that a problem? But the Sunnis will say no. They will not agree because according to them, the religion, it feels like the religion belongs to them. Anyways, let's listen to this doctor, right? I don't know if he's a doctor in lies, but he lied a lot. And I'm going to show you the lies he committed, right? He lied a lot. Let's check.
And that's growing. Can you tell us a bit about what it covers? Because some people might have seen examples of it at play, but they may not know where it's coming from.
Okay. Well, recently, I've been encountering this group, I should say, or this movement. It's quite modern when you think about it, because when you go back to, you know,
it's not modern. It's not modern. The advocacy of following the Quran alone started with the Prophet. According to the Sunnis, the Prophet followed only the Quran. He never followed any other book. The Prophet preached only the Quran. He never preached any other book. Quran chapter 50 verse 45, he warned the people with the Quran. He reminded the people with the Quran. Quran chapter 6 verse 19, he warned the people with the Quran. Quran chapter 27 verse 91 to 92, he recited only the Quran to the people. So if you say following the Quran alone is a recent or a new thing, Sister Diana, is chapter 50 verse 45, not 15. 50 verse 45, not 15. Chapter 50 verse 45, chapter 6 verse 19, and chapter 27 verse 92. He was asked to recite the Quran. He was asked to warn with the Quran. He was asked to remind with the Quran. This was the Prophet himself. He was a Quranist. He followed only the Quran. These people are saying it is a new movement. We are not claiming this is even a movement. We are saying we are Muslims who happen to follow the book of God. According to Quran chapter 6 verse 71, Innal huda hudallah, the guidance is the guidance of God. That is the guidance we have to follow. That is the real guidance. Anyways.
The early days of Islam.
By the way, he has a huge voice. When I first heard the video, I'm sorry, I don't know if it was, his voice is very huge. So it can be, that's why it sounds boring, right? This kind of voice, there are things you can use it for to be interesting. But using it to talk against Quran alone followers is not interesting at all. It is not pleasing. That is why when I played the video in the first place, you guys were having, you know, some buzz in the head, because it's a torture to listen to this person speaking.
You know, the formative period, classical period, you don't see such a concept in that era.
You don't see such a concept just because you shut down the books or the informations that actually talks about that. You shut it down. You go to the Arabian Peninsula. When the Quran alone movement started growing, they were doing their best to shut them down, to shut Quran alone followers down. This movement grew up in Egypt. It grew up in Libya. It grew up in places. These Sunnis were doing all means possible to shut people down. You saw it in Saudi. This guy, Imam Hassan, who actually advocates that we should abandon the Hadith books and follow the book of God. Where is he? They arrested him. He's in prison. We are yet to know where he is. Guys, you know him, right? Hassan, the Arabian who is based in Saudi Arabia. When he advocated for following the book of God alone, what did they do to him? He's been arrested till date. We don't know where he is. They try to silence you. How can this movement be propagated when you are saying you have never heard of it? The Prophet himself on the day of judgment, Quran chapter 25, verse 33, Qala Rasulu ya Rabbi inna qawmi takhazu hadha al-Qur'ana ma'jura. The Prophet himself will say, my people have abandoned the Quran. Yes, that's what the messenger will say. My people have taken this Quran as abandoned. This is what he will tell God on the day of judgment. Because that is the Quran which was given to him to deliver. If you don't believe me, go and check Quran chapter 28, verse 85. Inna allazi farada alayka al-Quran laradduka ila mad. Yes, the one who has ordained the Quran on you will bring you back to a place of return. That's what God told him. because the Quran was the only book ordained for him. God never said we ordained Quran and Sunnah for you, Muhammad. God never said we ordained the Quran and Hadith books to you, Muhammad. It doesn't exist. So if we are advocating for such wisdom, it is coming from the book of God.
But recently we see more and more people.
The reason why you are saying it recently is because of social media, but it is there. Social media helped push it forward. Yes, because Quran alone followers could be somewhere around the world. But because we don't have a connection system, like I'm promising people that God willing, I am taking a point where I'm going to quit my regular job to start traveling around the world, inshallah. It is part of my hopes and plans, and I know God will make it possible. I'll be traveling around the world trying to connect people, right? Connect people. These people, I'm telling you, these people, it will get to a point they will see you coming, they will give you way to pass. You know, when you're walking on the street and you see the pigeon, this bird, the pigeon bird, guys, you have them in Italy, you have them in Europe. Anywhere you are going, you see them on the ground, right? Flying around. You see when you are coming, that bird is the most civilized bird I've ever seen. When you are coming, it gives you way. Look, you see the pigeon birds? If you are walking to its direction, it moves and gives you way to pass. I love that bird when it comes to that. It will literally walk and give you way to pass. It doesn't want problem. Yes. I said that bird, the moment it spots you coming to its direction, it just moves. Come and go. I don't want problem. Just go. By the way, those birds are the ones which are very good at pooping on people's cars. Have you noticed? The pigeon birds, they are very good at pooping on people's cars, and they select the colors of the cars that they want to poop on, right? So like I'm saying, look, these people will move out of our way. I'm telling you, inshallah, mark it on the wall. I said this to a beloved brother of mine, Baba Seidu, long time ago. I've said it to some close friends of mine. I said it in 2010. Mark it on the wall. I said these things to some people in 2010. 2010. Here I am sitting here 15 years later, and I'm still saying, and the thing is getting bigger. Mark it on the wall. These people we will move them like the way the pigeon moves on the way.
Coming up, I see it under the videos too, and they make comments and things like that. They are basically not accepting hadith, to be honest.
Guys, when these people said not accepting hadith, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I have a confession to make. I have a confession. They say we don't accept hadith. We actually accept hadith. We accept hadith. From today onwards, we accept hadith. So, ladies and gentlemen, write this hadith I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you references. Right? I'm going to give you references. Please write them down right now. These hadith books, when you're talking to any hadith follower, tell him, okay, now I accept hadith. I accept this hadith. This one I accept. Because according to the hadith, according to the hadith books, hadith followers, they cherry pick hadith books. They themselves, they reject hadith books. I swear to God, they are the biggest hadith rejectors. I didn't say it. Muhammad Hijab himself said it. Let me bring the video. Muhammad Hijab sat down and said they are the biggest hadith rejectors themselves. Right? I didn't say it. For anybody to say, I'm the one trying to lie or say things. This is what Muhammad Hijab said. Let me add the video here. Where is it? Muhammad Hijab. Muhammad Hijab. This is the video. This is what Muhammad Hijab said.
Imagine you got a million hadith. How many Sahih hadith do you reckon we have? And now we said about 10,000, by the way. Like most of the 95% of the hadith that are in the 6 books of hadith constitute what is authentic. What is authentic? So we've been so critical with the hadith that we've rejected 95% of them. We're the biggest hadith rejectors on the planet.
God have mercy upon us.
Imagine you got a million hadith. How many sahih hadith do you reckon we have? And now we said about 10,000, by the way. Like most of the 95% of the hadith that are in the 6 books of hadith constitute what is authentic. What is authentic? So we've been so critical with the hadith that we've rejected 95% of them. We're the biggest hadith rejectors on the planet. We are, but we're not. Yeah.
The Oxford Bozu. These mushriks, they don't listen to a playback of themselves. I don't know why. What is wrong with them? How can you call us hadith rejectors when you yourself reject 95% of your hadith books? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have a confession to make. So, from today onwards, we also accept some hadith. We accept. We are. And I'm going to quote the hadith we accept from today onwards. Ladies and gentlemen, this video of Muhammad Hijab, if you don't have it, you know my correctional officer number, right? Okay, page me. I'll give you this video. Save it for future reference. Save them. This is not AI generated. It's a real video, actually. It's not a joke. Save it for future reference. Okay. They, the Sunnis, are the biggest hadith rejectors. Out of all the hadiths that were given to them, they reject 95% of the hadiths. So they are only using about 5% of the hadiths. Until date, they are still trimming. That is why when you bring a particular hadith to a Sunni or a Shiite or so on, they contemplate and tell you, oh, I don't believe in this one. No, this one I don't believe. Even though their scholar says it's authentic. So it's cherry picking, ladies and gentlemen. So when they are calling us hadith rejectors, they are actually insulting themselves. You understand? They are insulting themselves. Hey, peace to you, my brother. Damage Group, I see you, bro. Peace to you. You're welcome. Yeah, Michael, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. He says when I laugh. We call it the correctional officer's signature laugh, right? The mushriks hate to see me laughing. That's why they will say I'm a madman when I'm laughing. And people like Farid are getting frustrated. And Mohammed Hibijibis. They get frustrated when it's, especially when I call them mushriks. Thanks to God, right now I'm in a court with one bozo from Ghana. His lawyer has actually abandoned him. We went for court appearance on Monday. His lawyer abandoned him. The lawyer didn't represent him again. So he will face the wrath, God willing. Now, let's continue here. So you see for yourselves that they are the biggest hadith rejectors. And he affirmatively said, we are. It's not a joke. Okay, let's continue. We go back to the video. Oh, where did I put the video? Where did this video go? Seriously? Oh, okay. I put it back.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to another podcast. Welcome, Dr. Omar Atila Agir.
Hello. Now, the Prophet duty is to bring the message of Allah, God Almighty, and that duty is concluded after that.
Right.
So that's the main view. In fact, some of them even, make the distinction between being a Rasul and Nabi, and they use that intent.
We didn't make the distinction. It's actually in the Quran. It is actually in the Quran, right? There is a difference between a messenger and a prophet. So it's based on the duty. We are not saying the person, but we are talking about the duty, right? Just like a father can be a policeman and a teacher at the same time, but he's working in different times. He can go his duty as a teacher and he goes his duty as a policeman. So if you are told obey the policeman, it doesn't mean you have to obey the teacher. This is how it works psychologically. These people don't understand. because they haven't been taught how to use intellect. No. According to them, the Sunnis, using your intellect is forbidden. To use your own intelligence is forbidden, to use your rationality. Yeah. But then they will tell you should use the rationality of dead scholars like Imam Malik, Hanbali, Shafi'i, Hanafi, even though these people are giving you their own opinions. So if according to them, the Prophet has already explained Islam, how come you have opinions of scholars again? Because according to them, they are saying the Prophet already gave answers to everything. He has explained Islam. I need the explanation of the Prophet. Why don't you give me that one instead of giving me the opinions of dead scholars who also never met Prophet Muhammad?
Intentionally, Rasul and Nabi, and as the Quran says it as well, the Prophet is Khatamul Anbiya. He is the last of
Khataman Nabiyyin. Khataman Nabiyyin. Quran chapter 33 verse 40. He is the seal of the what? Prophets.
the Nabis. So being a Nabi has finished. That's what they're saying. But in a way, they're leaving a door open for Rasul.
There is still Rasul, because angels are still doing their jobs. Angels are also messengers. According to Quran chapter 22 verse 75, God chooses messengers among angels and people. If you say the door of messengership is closed, that means angels are still not even functioning. So it will be a contradiction to say messengership has ended. Messengership still exists. According to Quran chapter 7 verse 35, if messengers come among you, narrating my verses to you, whoever will reform and become pious, they will have no fear nor will they grieve. That's why God used if messengers come among you, O children of Adam. It is something which is endless. But the book is there. The messengers are supposed to only narrate. It doesn't mean that these messengers are coming to bring some fictional thing or some miracle as this submitters 19. By the way, the 19 submitters, they are divided. Now we have the Zionist type, and then we have the ones who support Palestine, right? Submitters 19. Submitters 19. We have the Zionist group who supports Israel, and then we have the ones who support Palestine, right? So 19 submitters, they are divided, two groups, but they are saying, they are calling us Quranis and saying we are causing division. We didn't cause any division. Fix the division in your group first before you point fingers at somebody, please. 19 submitters. We have the Zionist version and non-Zionist. Kindly fix your problem. If you have not finished solving the problem in your house, don't talk about others. Okay. Anyways, let's go forward.
That's why they're highlighting that he's a Nabi. Just for our audience, for those.
Prophet Muhammad is a Nabi and a Rasul. He has two assignments. But then if God says obey the messenger, you will never find a verse in the Quran where he says obey the prophet, because he's dead and gone. God knows the book will be there for the future generations. That is why the prophet himself, according to Quran chapter 6 verse 19, God asked him to tell the people, وَأُوهِيَ إِلَيَّ هَذَا الْقُرْآنِ لِأُنذِرَكُمْ بِهِ وَمَنْ بَلَغَ, and that this Quran has been inspired to me in order to warn you people by it and whomever it may reach, because the idea is to use the Quran to warn the people till it reaches the future generations. So it is not about his prophethood transcending to the future generation. No, it stops with his people. Prophethood stops with your people. If you die, it's ended. Prophethood ends when you die with your people. So you will never find a verse in the Quran where it says obey the prophet. It doesn't exist, because he doesn't exist anymore. He's dead and gone. Then somebody will say, what about a messenger? That's why a messenger has to deliver something. What did he deliver? The Quran. We have it. How is it difficult for these bozos to understand? I don't understand. It's these bozos that don't understand, and they say we are calling him a postman. I didn't call him a postman. God called him a messenger. What is the duty of a messenger? A postman. Bozos. Let's continue.
Who may not know what a Nabi, the difference between a Nabi and Rasul. Can you just expand on that?
I think that's very important, because the mistake they are making is, the distinction between a Rasul and Nabi is only a theological solution. The Quran doesn't make that distinction.
The Quran makes it, my guy. He makes that distinction. Please. If you ask any Sunni, is there anywhere in the Quran where God says obey the prophet? It doesn't exist. You will never find a single statement in the Quran, I swear to God, where God says obey the prophet, obey God and obey the prophet. You will never find such a verse. Atiullaha wa atiun nabi. It never exists anywhere in the Quran. That alone is a distinction. Because the question will be why? Why didn't God use that? Is that not a distinction? Is that not bringing a difference? Because the difference is, if God can say obey the messenger, how come he never said obey God and obey the prophet? Because God wants us to understand the two roles God gave to the honorable man. He, as a prophet, he would die and go. Okay, now he's dead and gone. Yes, he is dead and gone. But he, as a messenger, he has delivered the message God requires of him. If you want to understand, read chapter 5, verse 67. God says, Ya ayyuha rasul, balligh ma unzila ilayka min rabbik, wa in lam taf'alu, fama ballagta risalatahu, wallahu yasimuka minan nas, inna Allah la yahdi al-qawma al-kafirin. He says, oh, you the messenger, deliver what has been revealed to you from your Lord. And if you do not, then you have not delivered his messages. And God will safeguard you from the people, for God does not guide the disbelieving people. How is it difficult for these shallow-minded people to understand? Seriously. Thank you very much, Mood Asma Winga. Thank you for the stars on Facebook. Thank you. I appreciate that. Isa bin Yahya. Isa bin Yahya says, God is not going to tell me you only need this, then later bring another book that I also need. Muhammad Ali. Yes. That is your conversation with Muhammad Ali, the mushrik lanting. That is what he told this brother Isa bin Yahya when he had a dialogue with him. He is telling him, no, God will not tell him this book is enough, and then he will bring a book later on. But then these same people will bring another book after the Quran again. Then they will impose it on our necks and call us hadith rejectors. And yet you reject 95% of your own hadith books. What kind of foolishness is? What is wrong with these bozos, for God's sake? Shimael says, Baba, come to Australia. I will pay for your ticket. Let me go to Ghana first. When I come back from Ghana, yes, don't worry, not now, right? Now, God willing, by the end of next year, I'll be traveling around the world. Yes, I have to go to countries to meet up people, see people, have conferences. I was in Ghana last year. I did a conference, right? I'm going this year. Yes, I'm making plans, right? And God willing, I know my plans will work out. I'm looking for one or two things to be added up. And yes, if possible, I have this amazing brother who is really willing to travel to Ghana with me. But yes, we have not made it official yet. We are still in the talks. When it becomes official, yes, you guys will see the update, God willing, right? Because I need to make a statement. And that statement has to go beyond me just sitting on the video and talking. That is the statement I want to make. Right? And by the way, I'm going to use that mushrik in Ghana also as a scapegoat. Yes. We are in the courtroom. His lawyer has abandoned him. So thanks to God. It means, yes, something good is happening against him. Yes. So let's see how the case will end, God willing. So let's continue.
The Quran doesn't say Rasul is a different person, Nabi is a different person.
That's not our argument. We didn't say different person. We are talking about duty, bozos, for God's sake. Why is listening difficult for these mushriks even? All the time they twist our words. That is how Mufti Abu Layth misquotes MFG by saying MFG insulted the Prophet. Because they don't know how to listen when a person is speaking. If you say something they don't agree with, they say, hey, he's insulting the Prophet. That's how their logic works. I'm serious.
Person. But the solution is this. The reason the scholars came up with this is,
my guy, Dr. Umar, this woman is just asking you a simple question. She says, give us the difference between a messenger and a prophet. That is all she asks, for God's sake. What is wrong with this bozofied doctor, whatever? Where did they earn their degrees from? They don't even know how to listen to a question to answer. Guys, please watch my video with Grayson Brook. My video with Grayson, that is my first video with Grayson Brook. Please, if you have not watched that dialogue, please find time to watch my video with Grayson Brook. That was my first video when I did a one-on-one with him. Please watch that video. If you don't know where to find the video, go to my playlist and look for plus Grayson Brook. Go to the playlist and look for the playlist called Grayson Brook. Watch my first video with Grayson Brook. You will understand how a question is asked and how an answer has to be given. How a question has been asked and how an answer has to be given. These people will call themselves doctors, but they are void of logic. I'm not joking with you. They only put that respectable name ahead so that you will feel amazed with the reputation and be like, oh, so you are a doctor? Oh, says doctor. Oh, no offense to other doctors, right? I know you went to school academically to earn it. Sometimes you have to have the pride in that. You just have the doctor on your name. Sometimes. No offense to that. But seriously, the doctor's degree you earned wasn't in talking or knowing how to talk. That's not the degree you earned. Let's continue.
You have, for example, Musa alayhi salam, who received the Torah, but
oh my God. He says Musa who received the Torah. Where in the Quran does it say Musa received the Torah? I dare any mushrik. Come and show me where it says Moses was the one who received the Torah.
at the same time, his brother became a prophet too, Harun, but he was a Nabi. So they were making that distinction to solve that issue.
So one received revelation message and the other one didn't.
Well, yeah. Well,
both Moses and Harun were messengers and prophets at the same time. Listen, let me put on the screen this because these bozos don't even know the Quran. Quran chapter 20 verse 47. Listen what God told Moses and his brother that when they go to Pharaoh, what should they say? These bozos, they don't know the Quran. That's why when they ask a question from the Quran, they look so stupid when they are speaking. I'm going to show you. They don't know the Quran. I'm not joking with you. This is the verse here on the screen. And I'll put it on the page for you to see. So let me do it this way. 2 videos down. Quran chapter 20 verse 47. According to this man, he is saying Harun was only a prophet. He doesn't know Harun was both a prophet and a messenger. So God says, so approach him and say, approach Pharaoh. If you read the context from above, he's talking about Pharaoh, right? So approach Pharaoh and say, indeed, we are messengers. God is talking to both of them, Moses and his brother. Approach Pharaoh and say, indeed, we are messengers of your Lord. So send the children of Israel with us and do not punish them. We have brought you signs from your Lord, and peace be upon you peace be upon whoever follows the guidance. That is Quran chapter 20 verse 47. So Moses and his brother were messengers at the same time, and they were prophets. If you want to know they were prophets, go and read Quran chapter 6 verse 83, read up to verse 89. You will see that they are prophets. Yes, they are prophets and messengers at the same time. Okay, so now let's continue with this comedian.
they both received revelation. All prophets do. But one received a book. So
now this is where he is going to worsen the scenario.
a book is like a new Sharia, new rules or new laws. So they are called Rasuls in Islamic theology. And
what Islamic theology? So you leave the Quran, then you go to Islamic theology to say they are called Rasuls. What does the Quran say? You leave the Quran, you abandon the Quran now. Now you, oh my God. This is why when we speak to the Quran, it infuriates these bozos. You are saying according to Islamic theology. What does the Quran say then? The Quran is not a book of guidance. No, I don't need to reference that one. I need to go to the garbage books. That's what we call Islamic theology. And that's where you get the answers from. Because with the people who speak from the Quran, we don't like their ideas. We don't like what they say. Even though they say the Quran is enough, I think the Quran is enough. But yeah, this bozo will be talking about all these things I'm saying. You watch.
Those who follow the Sharia, the book of the previous Rasul, are called Nabi. But Nabi,
What kind of nonsense are you spewing? He says those who follow the Sharia of the previous prophets are called Nabi. And then
Nabis also receive revelation, but they don't receive a book, a new law.
oh my God. He says Nabis don't receive the new book. Oh my God. What is wrong with this? Who made him a doctor? Who made this guy a doctor? Look, I'm not misquoting him. Listen.
The book of the previous Rasul are called Nabi. But Nabis also receive revelation, but they don't receive a book, a new law.
So they follow the law of the previous prophet?
He says Nabis don't receive a book. Whose father is this? Let me show you a verse. Let's go. Quran chapter 2 verse 213. Quran chapter 2 verse 213. This is what God says. He says, mankind was a single nation, then God raised the prophets. Listen. God raised the prophets as missionaries and warners and revealed the book, Al-Kitab, with them. He revealed the book with them in truth so that they may judge between the people concerning what they deferred. But none disputed about it except those who were given it after what had come to them of proofs out of injustice among them. God guided those who believed to what they had deferred of the what? Truth, by his permission. For God guides whomever he wills to a straight path. This doctor is sitting there and telling you the prophets were not given books. But anyways, let's continue. Chapter 6, verse 83. I'm going to read up to 89 to see that the list of the prophets who were given the book. And such was our argument which we gave Abraham against his people. We raise whomever we will in degrees. Indeed, your Lord is wise and omniscient. And we granted him Isaac as well as Jacob. Each we guided, but we guided Noah before. And from his descendants, David, Solomon, Job, Joseph, Moses, and Aaron. And thus did we reward the benevolent. Also Zechariah, John, Jesus, Elijah, and all were among the righteous. Also Ishmael, Isaiah, Jonah, and Lot, and each we favored over all people. Also among their fathers and their descendants and their brothers, and we chose them and guided them to a straight path. Then God says, that is the guidance of God, by which he guides whomever he wills among his servants. And if they had associated others, whatever they had done will have become what? Worthless for them. Now verse 89. Those, the list I just read, those are the ones to whom we gave the book. Those are the ones to whom we gave the book, the judgment, and prophethood. The man doesn't know what he's saying. Forget about he hasn't the initials doctor. That is what infuriates me the most. When a doctor doesn't know what he's saying. Imagine this same doctor, if he happens to be a doctor who gives you, it prescribes medicine for you. Imagine this kind of doctor describing pills for you. Well, I know there are doctors in lies also. So it could be one of them. Let's continue.
Previous prophet, exactly. However, all Rasuls are Nabis. As
that is the foolishness again. If you say all messengers are prophets, does it mean angels being messengers also are prophets? Listen to the foolishness. He didn't say any exception. If you say all messengers are prophets, all messengers, according to Quran chapter 22 verse 75, God chooses messengers among the angels and the people. If you say all messengers are prophets, I've never seen an angel prophet before. And God says, if it is from other than God, you will have found there in numerous contradictions. Whatever contradicts itself cannot be from God. There's nowhere God says all messengers are prophets. Moses and Aaron were given the same book. They had one book, right? But it's a partnership. I give an example. Let's say you watch musicians, right? We have a solo artist and then we have multiple artists, which comes like a duo or group. When they are given an award, let's say they win a Grammy award, that Grammy award given to them is awarded to the group. So we can, each individual can say, I've gotten a Grammy, even though it's for the group, but he can say, I won a Grammy before. A solo artist, when he wins a Grammy award, he alone is receiving the Grammy award. Those two groups who actually received the Grammy award, they can also say, we have received. Even one person can say, I've received a Grammy award, but he received it as a group. Aaron and Moses, they were given one book, but that is their assignment. It's a joint partnership for that same assignment. That is why I gave you a verse in Quran chapter 20, verse 47, God telling them what to tell Pharaoh. They were sent for the same assignment. So it's like you have a president and a vice president. You understand? So it's a joint partnership in what Moses was given. So he was a support. He was made a prophet. He was made a messenger. And the book given to Moses, he is partnership in that. That is the point. Yes, Anas, you have a good point. Anas, you have a good point there. Yes, that is why I say Rasulah. You have a good point there. Right? They are joint partnership in the messengership duty, right? Yeah.
As well, because Nabi is a prophet. All Rasuls are Nabis, but not all Nabis are Rasul.
Now, this is the foolishness again. He says all messengers are prophets, but not all prophets are messengers. That is foolishness. It is rather the way around. All prophets are messengers. That is how it should be. All prophets, because why did God make somebody a prophet if he doesn't have any assignments to be given to the people? Why will God make somebody a prophet? You are made a prophet so that later on, when you receive the book, you will be able to teach the people and give it to the people. That is why you are made a prophet. So every prophet is rather a messenger, but not every messenger is a prophet. This is the right way according to the Quran. But because they are confused, because mushriks only give credence to the external sources, they don't give credence to the Quran. So this is why when this man is sitting there, you can see whatever he's saying contradicts the Quran. Whatever this man was saying. Umar Attila. I don't need to call him a doctor. No. I don't see, he's not worthy of the title doctor. I don't see that. Maybe the academy which gave him doctor, fine, they can call him doctor. I don't see what makes him a doctor.
Because they don't receive book, all of them. So that's the only distinction. But the Quran doesn't make that distinction because, like for example, when the Quran talks about Ismail alayhi salam, the son of Ibrahim, the Quran says he was a Rasul and Nabi. But Ismail never received a book.
He says Ismail is a prophet and a messenger. Then he said Ismail never received a book. Ladies and gentlemen, I just gave you a verse, chapter 6, verse 83. I read it up to verse 89. Didn't you clearly see God saying that he gave them prophethood, judgment, and the book? Ismail was given the book. Yes, he was given the book. You have a doctor sitting here and he saying Ismail was not given the book. Then why is he a prophet and a messenger? Hello.
So Quran doesn't really make that distinction. So it is only a theological solution. But these people, they say, there's a difference between them. When they leave the door open for Rasul, what they actually implying is everyone can be a Rasul.
No, that's not what we mean, that everyone can be a Rasul. You have to be qualified in the criteria. Qualification in the criteria, you are narrating the verses of God to the people. You don't add your words, you don't add your opinions. That is the criteria of the messenger. To narrate the verses of God to the people. As a matter of fact, let me show you a verse to back this up. In Quran chapter 39, verse 71, I'm going to read this verse so that you understand what God is saying here. Let me put it on the screen. In Quran chapter 39, verse 71, this is what God says. And those who disbelieve will be driven to hell in groups until when they reach it, its gates will be opened and its keepers will say to them, did messengers, listen carefully, did messengers not come to you among you, reciting the verses of your Lord to you and warning you of this your day of meeting? They, the transgressors who are going to hell, will say what? Indeed, but the word of the punishment has been imposed on the disbelievers. Do you see the question God is going to ask the transgressors who are going to hell? Did messengers not come to you among you? So, ladies and gentlemen, just imagine these modern day people who are going to hell, these modern day people with us. They are part of those going to hell. Then on the day of judgment, the angel opens the gate of the hell. Then he's asking them this question. Ladies and gentlemen, reason with me for once. Just reason with me for once. Now, those people, be especially the Gen Zs of this generation. Gen Zs. When you say Gen Z, you know the generation, right? The Gen Zs of this generation going to hell. The angels open the gates of hell. Then you say, come and go to hell. Then you ask them, did messengers not come to you among you, reciting the verses of your Lord to you and warning you of this day, this your day of meeting? What would they say if there were no messengers among us to be reciting the verses of God or narrating the verses of what do you think these people going to hell will say? They will say, my God, me, I never see any messenger. I never see Prophet Muhammad. I never see Jesus. And we never saw them. Why are you taking me to hell? They never came to recite anything. Because people think oh my God, that the context of messengership here, we are not aligning it with the duty as in prophet being a messenger. They are different. The role of a prophet being a messenger, it is not the same as somebody delivering just a message. There's a big difference. Understand this. So a messenger, this duty is to deliver a message. So the moment you are given that title to deliver something, you are not acting as a prophet. It is only a prophet who can bring something new and then deliver it to the people. So that once you can classify him as a prophet and a messenger, because he has the title of prophethood and now can deliver things as a messenger. Then we have a messenger who just received the book or have the book which is already there and taking from the book and delivering it to the people. That becomes a messenger of the messenger. So understand how the words Rasul are utilized. That is why Quran chapter 7 verse 35 gave that prophecy. Oh, the children of Adam, if messengers among you, he didn't say if prophets, if messengers among you come to you narrating my verses, this is what we will let you, the listener, identify a messenger. Somebody who will tell you strictly what God says and not what some scholar or somebody's opinion says. Baba Shuaib, what does God say concerning this? Yeah, God never said anything. Do it. That's up to you. Baba Shuaib, does God say wearing necklace is haram? No, he doesn't say. As a matter of fact, you can wear it and thank God. Quran chapter 35 verse 12. You can wear necklace and thank God for it, because the pearls, the gems, the rubies, the silver, the gold, all God created for your own benefit. You have to use it wisely, though. It doesn't mean you should abuse them. But yes, you can use it and use it for even your necklace and thank God for it. There's nothing wrong with it. Quran chapter 7 verse 32, God is questioning those who are forbidding things God has actually ordained for us to use. Who is forbidding such things when God has made them for the believers and people to use? Then you have people saying this is haram. This is haram. Are you the one who created it? The one who created it says I can use it. Just as the one who created pork says I shouldn't eat pork meat. He created pork and he says don't eat pork meat. Is it yours? It is for him. He created it. He says don't eat it. He created gold, silver, and so on. I can wear gold necklace. I can wear it. But I have to also take care of the poor so that I will not just be keeping it on my neck whilst poor people are struggling. Are you getting my point? So yes, make sure people are okay. Then you can wear your gold necklace or silver if you want. Yes, because fashion is not haram. Are you getting my point?
Wow.
See, everyone
Okay.
can be arrested because you're just, carrying the message of Allah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you yourself said it. Somebody is carrying the message of Allah, deliver it to people. That's the messenger. Because if you are advocating that, you're doing it for the sake of God. So on the day of judgment, the angels are going to ask people, did messengers not come among you? Did messengers not come among you narrating or reciting the verses of God to you? So if you imagine if it has to do with Prophet Muhammad, Jesus, and so on, people will say, God, no, I've never seen Jesus in my life. I've never even seen Muhammad reciting anything. Why are you going to put me to hell? What kind of God is this? This is what the Gen Zs will tell God on the day of judgment. I'm serious. So in that context, the messengership God is talking about is not about somebody coming as a prophet. No. As a messenger to recite the verses of God. There's no such thing as, oh my God. Look at one foolish mushrik in the comment section. Listen on Facebook. His name is Abu Bakr Muhammad Tijani. I'm going to show you how foolish the mushriks can be, even though he's a fan at the same time. He says, how can you be a messenger without a message? How? How can you be a messenger without a message? Does this bozo know that the Quran is a message or? Abu Bakr Muhammad Tijani, I think you left your brain somewhere. You don't know the Quran is a message, right? Bozo. Anyways, let's continue.
But Nabi has a duty, completed his duty and finished.
So so they're suggesting or opening the door, leaving it open that everyone can be a Rasul?
In a way, yeah.
In a way, which means...
Stop saying in a way. No, we are not saying everyone can be a Rasul. That is not the point. We are not saying everyone. If you just say everyone can be a Rasul, which means anyone can be on the street claiming I'm a messenger. The point is that person telling you he's a messenger, is he delivering the words of God to you? Is he using his opinions? Is he using somebody's books to deliver to you? Then that person cannot be a messenger of God. A messenger of God, the moment you say you are a messenger, what are you delivering? What are you telling the people? Is it the words of God you are telling the people? Nothing else? Yes, then yes, you make sense. Yeah, messenger, I can agree. Because that means don't attack the messenger, attack the message he's delivering. And whose message is this? Is a message of God. So in that place, a messenger is delivering to you the message of God. That is the point. وَمَا عَلَى رَسُولِ إِلَّا البَّلَاغُ مُبِينٌ. Are you getting my point? Aha. Abu Bakr Muhammad Tijani. Oh, yes. Then I misunderstood you. Abu Bakr, why did you type your message as if you were questioning me? Abu Bakr was actually questioning the mushriks. When you put the mushriks, you could have put a question mark. Let me go back to your message. So Abu Bakr was actually questioning the mushriks. This is his question here. When he questioned, he says, how can you be a messenger without a message? How, mushrik? Now, the way your question is arranged, it sounds that you are attacking me because it sounds like a singular form, not plural. So if the mushriks, you added S, then it is sound like you're talking to the mushriks, because then I will know that you is talking in plural sense. But you say, how can you, if it's taken in singular sense, and you say be a messenger in a singular sense without a message, how? Then you say mushrik, singular sense. So obviously when I read it, it will look like you are talking to me. So sorry for the misunderstanding. So according to Abu Bakr Muhammad Tijani, he is intending his message against the sectarians and not me, right? So he says, no, I'm asking the mushriks. That is where you corrected yourself. Baba, maybe my message is not clear. Okay, now your message is clear. Now I understand, right? So sorry for that. I apologize. Anyways, let's continue. Yes, Mom, thank you for the message. Exactly. God does not guide the disbelieving people because they chose not to believe. So why will God guide them? That's why they cannot see the light God is giving in his book. They will not see it. Regardless of their doctorate degree, regardless of their ranks, they will not see the guidance because they have made up their mind. Quran chapter 45 verse 11, God says this is guidance. Haza huda. This is what God says. Chapter 45 verse 11, God says this is guidance. But the human being is so stubborn. Says Quranists. They want us to follow the Quran alone. The funniest part is they say we want to make the religion simple. This bozo sitting here will say the same thing. Let's check him. This bozo doctor. You hear what you say.
They can
Messenger.
receive the messenger and they can interpret. And so how would that play out in today's time?
So look, when you take the Quran and read it and convey it to others, you are like a messenger. That's what they're saying. But we know the Prophet was the last messenger. And
where does the Quran ever say the Prophet is the last messenger? It doesn't say that. Now, this is what I want people to understand. Even according to their own Hadith book, Sahih al-Bukhari 2155, he says, Man ishtarata shartan laysa fi kitabillah fahuwa batil. Whoever will impose a condition which is not found in the book of God, that condition is false. Yes. So according to these people, the things they are imposing, which we don't find in the book of God, and they are still trying to make it as an argument, it doesn't make sense. Because nowhere in the Quran does it say Muhammad is the last messenger. Because that means even angels cannot partake in our life again. Because angels are messengers also. It means they cannot come and play any role.
last, Nabi.
Yeah.
Because the Quran says, about Prophet Muhammad wasalam, he is a Rasul and a Nabi. And he is the last of the Nabis. So in a way, they're also making this excuse. He has completed his mission. He brought the Quran. But to me, that sounds very offensive to our noble Prophet, wasalam. Putting him in a position where he's like the postman,
Yeah.
We are putting him in a position where, what else do you want him to do? He's dead and gone. He delivered a message. What else? This is what he himself said. Look, this is what the messenger said. Let me give you a verse. This is what the messenger said. These bozos don't listen to themselves here. In Quran chapter 7, verse 158, this is what the messenger said. Quran chapter 7, verse 158. The messenger was asked to say, "Say, O you mankind, I am a messenger of God to you all, the one to whom belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth. There is no God except him. He gives life and causes death." This is what the messenger was asked to say. He is a messenger to all of us. He has delivered the message. He's a postman, for God's sake. Ladies and gentlemen, put the word postman in your dictionary. A man who delivers a message or a mail. I love these mushriks. I'm tired. My son Salim has to help them out. Seriously, they need help. They need help psychologically. I'm serious. They need help. Okay, let's continue. I'll be opening the question and answer session. If you have any question, please save it and call. When the time comes, you save it and call me. If you have any issue, save it and call me. Jamal is saying that I do agree with almost everything else Baba Shuaib says, but in my opinion, not this. I don't expect you to agree with everything I say. So far as you don't say I'm lying. I only have contention with people when they say I'm lying. So if you don't agree everything, fine, that's normal. You don't need to agree, which shows you are not a fool, which means you actually listen to use your brain. So that's what I expect of people. Use your brain to listen and then analyze. Some things you might not agree now, you might agree later. As long as you don't call me a liar. If you call me a liar, I'll just open the phone line, you call, then I'll show you what you are missing, right? So yeah, when it gets to the phone question and answer session, you can call me so I can clear the doubts there. That is if you're willing to understand. If you don't will to understand, fine, right? Because knowledge is diverse. The knowledge you are getting at now, somebody might have gotten there already. So you might think at the position you are, things will not make sense to you yet, or you don't agree with people yet. That's okay, fine. It's okay to disagree and agree, right? Yes. So I'm okay with that. Let's continue.
Just brings the message and puts it into your mailbox
and then
or
you
something.
decide how to understand it and
Yes,
read it.
yes.
Yeah.
And they say, look, the Quran came to all of us. No, in fact, technically, that's not correct too.
The Quran came to all of us. Now he is saying, in fact, technically, that is not correct. What is this man talking about? The Quran came through the messenger and it came to all of us. Oh my God, who is this? Who is this person? Mini talks. What kind of question is that? Ladies and gentlemen, look at the question somebody's asking me in the questions. Serious, mini talks. Are you serious with this question? Guys, look at the question somebody's asking me in the comment section. God. Let's continue.
Yes, Quran came for all of us to follow, but the Quran was revealed to Prophet Muhammad. It was revealed to him. He was the addressee, the first addressee. So who could know the Quran better than him?
That's a foolish argument again. Foolish argument again. Foolish argument again. Nobody is comparing themselves about knowing the Quran more than the prophet or the messenger. It's a message not only for the prophet, it's for mankind. He has his role in the message. Disbelievers have their message in there. Believers have their role in there. Hypocrites have their role in there. Atheists have their role in there. Everybody has their share of the message in the Quran. As a matter of the fact, Quran chapter 39 verse 55 says, follow the best of what your Lord has revealed. Listen to the word and follow the best of it. Quran chapter 39 verse 18. Some things that Prophet Muhammad witnessed in his time, we might have seen things that Quran spoke about, but he didn't see it in his time. Because Quran talks about the past, present, and future. So we are living in our present time here. Our future will be somebody's present time. So now, if Prophet Muhammad at his time and era, he has never used technology, he never used the AI, he never used social media, he never used mobile phone, he never used the aeroplane, he never used a laptop. He's based in the desert, for God's sake. We are talking about the message of God, which is timeless. You are sitting here comparing that nobody can know the Quran. So the Quran was only meant for the prophet?
No one can know that. So when they follow this path, where it's called, like you said, Quranian or the Quranists, so they reject the Hadith altogether. They say everyone can open the Quran and follow the Quran itself only.
Okay, that's the importance emphasis on.
We are not saying everybody will just open the Quran and follow the Quran just like that. Quran chapter 17 verse 36 says, وَلَا تَخْفُ مَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِهِ عِلْمٍ. Do not pursue that of which you have no knowledge. This is what God says. Quran chapter 17 verse 36. So it's a duty upon everybody who is willing to take up the Quran as guidance. You need to know what you are following. That's what we said. We didn't say every Dick, Tom, and Harry will just take the Quran and they understand it automatically. That's not how it works. Academically, when you go to school, some things you have to be taught. Some things you can just reason by yourself and you understand. So if a person doesn't understand, then he looks for somebody he feels is knowledgeable. Then the person can explain some issues. That's how it works. We are not saying just go and take the Quran and follow it the way you want. I understand there are people who claim to follow the Quran and they bring out their own jumbos of opinions. I know them. Yeah, we know them. They exist.
The Rasul. Everyone can open it and understand it, interpret it as they want.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
That's the understanding. But maybe many people don't know where this.
Sister Zuleika, the lady interviewing, her name is Zuleika. Next time you want to ask about Quranists, so-called Quranists, the name you have given us, look for somebody in the group itself and then question the person. Don't question somebody who is an antagonist or hostile or enemy or a rival to ask him about another. It's nonsensical. What kind of foolishness is this? You're asking somebody who doesn't even know the Quran. You sat him down, you're asking him question about the group. Oh.
Comes from the ideology, because
it sounds like a modern phenomenon. I don't think it's existed for a very long time.
It is, look, 1800s, goes back to 1800s. It comes from the subcontinent.
2F, whenever you see a Quran alone follower giving his opinions, ask him to prove his claims from the book of God. Simple. When a Quran alone follower gives you his opinion, that is his opinion. When you see a Quran alone follower who tells you God is two, we have two gods, ask him, show me a verse where he says there is two gods. You see a Quran alone follower who tells you an atheist will go to paradise, show him, tell him, prove me, give me a verse where God says an atheist will go to paradise. You see a Quran alone follower who tell you when you die below the age of 40 years, you are going to paradise. Tell him, give me a verse which says when I die below the age of 40 years, I'm going to paradise. These are the way you question people. Question with logic and question with wisdom. Look for proofs and evidences. Quran chapter 4 verse 174. God says he has brought you the proof from himself. And it's a clear light. So you have the book as the proof. So when somebody lays a claim, tell them, can you prove it from the book of God? If it's not there, it becomes their opinions. So if you have seen a Quran alone follower saying God is three, God is that doesn't justify that is what the Quran teaches. That is what it means to be a Quran alone follower, because it's the guidance of the Quran you follow. So if that is the guidance you are following, where did the guidance tell you that an atheist is going to paradise? That is the question you should ask a Quran alone follower. This is logic. A Quran alone follower should have his guidance from the book of God. Where did he get that guidance that an atheist is going to paradise? Where did he get the guidance? You understand? Ask people this kind of question. Okay, let's continue.
British India, I should say, when Britain came into rule India. There is a man called Sir Syed Ahmed Khan, a reformist. He is the first one to suggest something like this, modernize Islam.
He's not the first one. Guys, as a matter of fact, your own Hadith book, your own 5,669, Umar says, Asbuna Kitabullah. Why he says Quran is sufficient, Quran is enough. He doesn't start. Umar started. It's even in your own books. Umar advocate for Quran alone. So stop going to India and say British India. I don't know how these mushriks, their brain works in all this fashion.
Or reform Islam. It originated with him, but later on, as I remember, Abdullah Chakralawi, a man called Abdullah Chakralawi,
Wow.
he actually turned it into an establishment, a movement, and he said, Quran is enough for us.
That was his slogan,
It's
was
like
it?
a slogan. He said that's why he's completely neglecting, Hadith and Sunnah. Whereas we know from the 1400 years of scholarship, as you know, the first main source of Islam is the Quran and then the Sunnah.
According to who? Who said this? Was it God? God says the main first source of Islam is the Quran and then the Sunnah. Is that what God said? Nowhere did God say that. There's nowhere God ever said the first source of Islam is the Quran and then the Sunnah. Remember, it is the religion of God. It is God who has to impose these conditions. According to their own Hadith book, Sahih al-Bukhari 2155, right? It says, whoever imposes a condition which is not found in the book of God, that condition is false. If you are imposing a condition that the Quran is the first source and Sunnah is the second source, where does it say that in the book of God? Nowhere.
Isn't it? The second
Absolutely,
source of
it
Islam
is.
is Sunnah,
Absolutely.
And I always say you cannot practice and live Islam without Sunnah.
Yeah.
You see the foolishness. This is the same foolish statement Muhammad Hijab and the guy who did the video against me said. They say you cannot have Islam without the Sunnah. That is the same foolishness all the bozos are repeating. He says you can't have Islam without the Sunnah. When Prophet Muhammad was asked to follow the Millata Ibrahima, the footsteps of Abraham, did Abraham have a Sunnah? That Sunnah you are following, was it the one Abraham practiced? Seriously.
It is not possible because it's he, our noble prophet, that showed us how to practice Islam,
Exactly.
how to live Islam.
So we'll look at some examples a bit later, but what was the agenda, what was the intention with trying to strip Islam of the Hadith, do you think, with these individuals?
Easier to live.
Okay.
Look, I reckon, to be honest, I reckon there is the British behind.
They are saying we are doing away with the Hadith books because it's easier to live. Who doesn't want ease in their life? Quran chapter 22 verse 78. Who ajtabakum wa ma ja'ala alaykum fid din min haraj. He, God, has chosen you and has not placed any difficulty upon you in the religion. He is the one who has chosen you and has not placed any difficulty upon you in the religion. Please, is the religion difficult? Is Islam difficult? I swear to God, if you say yes, you are a fool, because it means you are not following the religion of God. God has actually made the religion easy. You have foolish mushriks saying that we want to make Islam difficult. We want to make Islam easy, whilst they want to make Islam difficult. Is that not foolishness, ladies and gentlemen? Is that not foolishness? When we are clearly asking you for things that you should prove from the book of God, you avoid the book of God and you want us to justify the foolish claims from the garbage books. That's all, anytime what do they want. If they ask you a question and you use the verse of God to prove to them, they don't like it. They want you to speak from the Hadith books. That's how they want it. Yeah, thank you, Somali gentleman. Thank you.
Behind it, to be honest, because when you look at that, plus, Sir Sayyid Ahmed Khan, they gave him that thing to title too. I think there's the British behind it, because when you separate Hadith from the Quran, you are actually dividing Muslims. There's no doubt about it.
Are you kidding me? When you separate Hadith from the Quran, so according to this man, you have to join it together. Quran chapter 17 verse 88. قُلْنَا إِلِّ جِتَمَعَتِ الْإِنسُ وَالْجِنُّ عَلَىٰ أَنْ يَأْتُوا بِمِثْلِهِ هَٰذَا الْقُرْآنُ لَا يَأْتُونَ بِمِثْلِهِ وَلَوْ كَانَ بَعْضُهُمْ لِبَعْضٍ ظَهِيرًا. God says, even if mankind and the jinns will come together and confer in order to bring the like of this Quran, they could not bring the like of it, even if they assist each other. Now you are saying that we are trying to separate the Quran and the Hadith and to divide Muslims. Oh my God.
That because everyone can have their own understanding of Islam. Everyone can open the Quran. This is what I understand.
You have four scholars, top scholars, Imam Hanbali, Shafi, Hanafi, Maliki. They all have their understanding to what the Quran says, to what Islam is about. They all have their point of view. They don't agree. Even the tafasirs of your scholars, they don't agree. Ibn Kathir doesn't agree with Qurtubi. Qurtubi doesn't agree with Sa'd, Bagawi, Taymiyyah, Jalalain, and so on, Tabari, Malik, and so on. They don't agree with each other. What do you mean? At the end of the day, God is telling us not to follow what we don't have knowledge about. So even if you are telling me something, I still need knowledge to process that. That's what this is about. Why do you expect people to become blind followers?
Yeah.
That's
right. It becomes more fluid because everyone is, as you said, can interpret how they want. It's just so open to interpretation.
Yeah, look, you'll have 2 billion different understandings of Islam because everyone's going to interpret the Quran the way they understand it. Whereas it's the Prophet who taught us what the Quran means. In fact, the Sahaba used to ask the Prophet all the time, what does this verse mean? And he used to explain to them. Like I had this debate with one of these, people who called themselves Quranian, and it's very interesting. And I asked this person, look, how do you pray?
Oh my God, the dumbest question ever. The dumbest question ever. Ask any sectarian, has the Prophet ever been asked this question? How do you pray? It doesn't exist in the Quran. Anas is tired of hearing this. Dr. Omer Attila, people are tired of listening to you. You sound so annoying and boring. Sect of the week. I'm already doing mushriks of the week. Actually, mushriks of the week, but of the month, sorry. Hey, Shurulini. Shurulini says, when is the... I'm doing well, oh bro. I'm doing well. It's been a while. God bless you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, when is glasses time? Glasses time, actually, I used it before on Farid Response. Actually, you should rewatch this program. In the beginning, I spoke about Farid, right? Kindly watch the program again. The glasses time is coming for this mushrik. I was dealing with this mushrik on that. So let's go with this man.
Because
Yeah.
if you look at the Quran, it only tells us, the sum of the movements in a prayer, like sajda.
So according to this man, the Quran is not complete because Quran gives only some of the movements. Even though Quran talks about qiyam, standing, it talks about ruku', it talks about sujud, and it's not enough for these mushriks. So Quran talks about some. Okay.
Ruku and things like that. But there's no details.
Very little detail.
Even though the Quran was saying وَكُلَّ شَيْءٍ فَصَّلْنَاهُ تَفْصِيلًا, Quran chapter 17 verse 12, and of all things we have elaborated them in detail. The details of the Quran is not enough for the mushriks. This bozo is sitting there and saying there are no details in the Quran. Now tell me, in which field is this man a doctor? You tell me. If you're honest, listen to this man and tell me in which field is he a doctor of the Quran?
And the number of raka'ats.
The number of rakat. If you say Islam, Quran is the first source. Where does the Quran talks about the word raka'at? It doesn't exist. The word raka'at is in the plural form. It means the postures you are saying about. Quran doesn't mention them, that you should do 2 rakat, 5 rakat, 6. As a matter of fact, you the hadith followers, according to Sahih al-Bukhari 350, according to you, when the Prophet went to the heavens to bring the salats, he was given 5 salats, the negotiated salats from 50 to 5. Now, out of the 5, according to you, he was given 2 raka'at each for the 5 salats, which amasses to 10 raka'ats, according to you, the mushriks. Now, if that is the case, listen carefully. If that is the case, he was given 2 raka'at. So that is 10 raka'at. How did it change from 10 to 17? Because if it is 2 raka'at for each prayer, listen carefully. If it is 2 raka'at for each prayer, which means Fajr, Zuhur, Asr, Maghrib, and Isha will each have 2 raka'ats. In total, that should be 10 raka'ats. As any mushriks today, how many raka'ats they are doing? They are doing 17. 2 in the morning, 4 in the noon, 4 in the afternoon, and 3 in the sunset, and 4 again in the night. Oh my God. Allah mushriks, you are not consistent. The mushriks are never consistent. I'm serious. Are you kidding me? Hey. Yes, I like this statement. Style and furniture. I like what you just said. According to them, it means the Prophet had amnesia. On his way down, he forgot how many he had to do. Yes. Because if he was given 5 salats, and according to you, when he was given, it was 10 raka'at, 2 for each salat. And later on, it changes from 10 to 17. From 10 to 17. Guys, I taught in the hadith narration, that hadith, Sahih al-Bukhari 349, according to them, God says in that hadith, the God of Bukhari said that his words does not change. So if he actually gave the Prophet 5 salats, and the next hadith, Sahih al-Bukhari 350, actually says he was given 10 raka'ats, how did he change to 17?
God have mercy upon us.
I'm serious. The God in Hadith book has amnesia. It's true. It's true. To be honest. Anyways, let's hurry up and finish with this video, right? Some people are having headache. They can't stand this guy. But I'm just doing a rebuttal on his claims, right? So exercise some patience.
How do you stand? How do you tie your hands? How do you face Qibla? All the little details, we don't get them from the Quran. Quran doesn't go into specifics, just commands us to pray. And this person said, you just do the way that the Quran says. That's it. You can do the prayer the way you like. And then he tried to come back at me, and he said, "What about thing? Does the Hadith describe the prayer in detail?" And then I gave him this Hadith where the noble Prophet ﷺ says, "Perform your prayers just as the way I pray."
He asked you a simple question. Does the Hadith give the details? Now you are quoting a Hadith where the Prophet says, "Sallu kamara aitumuni usalli." Pray as you have seen me pray. The question is, you the doctor, have you seen the Prophet praying before? Dr. Omer Attila, have you seen the Prophet praying before? And how did he pray? Did he do the tayyah in his prayer? Did he do at-tayyatu lillah wa salawatu wa tayyibat assalamu alayka ayyuhan nabi? Did he do all that? Was he also whipping the devil in his prayer like this with the hand? Yeah, according to them, you are whipping the devil. When you put your hand on your this thing like this and you do this, you're whipping the devil. Guys, if you want to enjoy comedy, please, you have to listen to Hadith books. You have to read and listen to the comedy. I'm serious. They have one Hadith where the devil, when you call the azan, the devil will be farting. He'll be farting till the azan is finished. And this Hadith is Sahih. I'm not joking. I'm to be honest, I'm telling you the truth. Allah mushriks, or you.
That's the way I pray. And then he goes, "Look, it doesn't describe it indeed." Still, I said, that's comical. This when.
What is comical? He just asked you a question to prove the details of from the Hadith. You should have just provide. You just quoted the Hadith by saying the Prophet said, "Pray as you have seen me pray." Okay, how did the Prophet pray? Describe it. The person is challenging you to prescribe. You didn't prescribe. You said that is comical. Indeed, this doctor, you yourself look comical.
The Prophet passed away. There was over 100,000 Sahabis, and they all watched how he prayed, and they prayed that way. And there is, I think, discipline in Islam called usul al-fiqh.
You see a discipline in Islam. Which of the Islam? Is it the Islam Abraham followed, which has usul al-fiqh? Yeah, it has the principles of what? Fiqh? What, your jurisprudence or what? What nonsense are you guys forming for yourselves?
Sophisticated, yeah.
Very sophisticated. All the little details, how you stand, how you, make takbir, how you tie your hands, all the little tiny details, have been established. And all of these things go back to how Prophet prayed. And where did the Prophet learn that from? From Jibril.
Yeah.
From Jibril.
Not from the Quran anymore. The Prophet learned all these things from Jibril. Not the Quran. So the Prophet didn't get these things from the Quran. So Jibril has to reveal something and not which is not in the Quran. The Prophet has to do something which is not in the Quran. But this same Hadith followers, they say khuluqu Quran, meaning the character and everything the Prophet did was based on the Quran. The same Hadith followers, that's what they say. You ask them, the Prophet followed anything apart from the Quran? They say no. So everything the Prophet did was based on the Quran. Yes, that's what they tell you. I'm serious.
And then some of them comes, they go, "Oh, there was salat before the thing, Quran as well." Before Islam.
What's their point with that? Yeah.
So, they're saying that this, don't say we learned all these details from the
Oh,
Prophet.
okay.
But before the Prophet, it wasn't as disciplined as this,
Exactly.
you know, or with all these little tiny details. There was like sajda and all of these things that the previous prophets did them.
Exactly. It's
But-
like pilgrimage. There was pilgrimage before that, but it
Yeah.
doesn't mean that, you know, that doesn't really point.
Doesn't point to anything. All the rukuns we learned from the prophets, you know.
It gets refined. I guess it was refined with
Yes,
our prophet, peace be
yes.
upon him. There was fasting before Islam.
fasting before too,
our
yeah.
prophet.
But how do we fast
How
in
do we
Islam?
fast? There's clear rules and regulations. I guess, it's going back to that person who you said, you know, you pray as you want. How was he praying? Like, was his prayers, did it look different to other people?
Well, I don't think, to be honest, he was praying.
Okay.
My view, but
Yeah.
he, you know,
The lady asked you if the person was praying. Just tell the lady, I didn't ask him whether he prays or not. You just said, I don't think, honestly, he prays. If he doesn't pray or pray, does he pray for you? Is it for you he's doing? Because the last time I checked, the prophet himself, according to Quran chapter 6, verse 162, the prophet himself was asked to say, Kul inna salati wa nusuki wa mahyaya wa mamati lillahi rabbil alamin. He says, my salat, my religious rights, my life and death, all belongs to God, the Lord of the worlds. So salat, your salat belongs to God. Your prayer is for God. An individual, you do your prayer to God. It has nothing to do with anybody else. It is this foolishness of how do you pray only started in this 21st century. You see the foolish mushriks asking you, how do you pray? How do you pray? The prophet was never asked this foolish question. It never existed before. That foolish question never existed before. That is why, as a matter of fact, you will never find a single verse in the Quran where the prophet was asked, or God will say, yes, alunaka anis salat, when they ask you about the salat. It has never been a contention.
his argument was you can pray at any time the way you want, as long as you do the same.
Is that what the Quran says? That does the Quran say you can pray anytime the way you want? Why are these people misrepresenting us anyhow?
Sajda and the ruku, which is mentioned in the Quran. There's no specific way, you know. All of the Muslims can just pray the way they like then, you know. This is my prayer, this is my prayer. There is no discipline, you know. And this has got nothing to do with Islam, you know.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Mu'adh ibn Jabal. He went to Yemen, and when he was going, our prophet asked him, because he's a scholar of his time and he's going to a new area where there's a lot of people who aren't Muslim. And he clearly, our prophet asked him, where are you going to look if you can't find a source? He says to the Quran. He goes, what if it's not in there? He goes, then your life, basically your sunnah.
You see how they are not pleased with the words of God. Where are you going to look for the answers? You said the Quran. What if you don't find in the Quran? Then they say you go to the Sunnah. And God is asking you a question in Quran chapter 68, verse 36 to 38. Ma lakum kayfa takumum? Am lakum kitabun fihi tadrusun? Inna lakum fihi lama takhayyarun? He says, how do you judge? Do you have a book wherein you study? In it, do you find whatever you prefer or choose in that book? So it means, how do you judge? You don't judge by the Quran, right? So you leave the Quran. You have to go to an external source where you go looking for your answers. Really? Ma lakum kayfa takumum? How do you judge? Am lakum kitabun fihi tadrusun? Do you have a book wherein you study? Yes, obviously. The mushriks, they have these books they study. Kutubus Sitta. Kutubus Sitta. The 6 canonical books. Inna lakum fihi lama takhayyarun, wherein you find whatever you prefer or choose. Well, mushrik seems to have an external source.
And our prophet obviously endorses this. And like, I suppose when you strip this away from Islam, or from Muslims, it completely changes the whole religion.
It sounds to me like they're trying to corrupt Islam. That's what it is.
Balogun, sorry about that. I know you have to sleep. I know this part, this guy is annoying, but I need to answer the things he's saying, please. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this last part got boring because of this guy. I know. But I need to teach the people so that they know the answers to this kind of things people like this are saying, right? So here.
And I'm pretty sure that most of these people who call themselves Quranic don't even pray or pray when they want, something.
If they pray when they want, that's not your issue. It's none of your business. It's between them and God. Leave them to face their God on that, right? That is between them and God. Salat is between you and God. It's not between you and people.
Like that. It makes religion much easier to live according to that. They don't want that responsibility.
The religion on its own is already easy. If the youth in the cave can sleep 309 years, and that which means they never prayed for 309 years, and God is never going to hold them accountable for that, it means the religion is easy. Because if it is the mushrik religion, it means they have to make up for the 309 years missed salat. According to the mushriks, when you miss salat, you have to pay it back. So any mushrik you know around your community, even if you have a relative who is a mushrik, you will see them go to work. When they come back home, they come and do what we call tariku salat. They do the ablution and then they come and start Allahu Akbar, Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alamin, Ameen, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Then they have salam, then they go again. Allah Akbar. If you ask them, what are you doing? They say, I didn't play my 3 salats. I'm now paying for it. Let's go.
Yeah, I think you don't follow Islam like that. Moreover, how logical it is. As I said, you got 1400 years of scholarship. You have towering imams, the people like Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Shafi, Imam, Malik.
That's how you guys have been programmed. We know it is all about scholarship. You don't even seek to assess the scholar to see whether the scholar is being nonsensical or factual or intelligent. You just agree with them, whatever they said, and that is it. Scholars. 14 years of whatever scholarship, whatever. This institution they went, who overseed it? When Prophet Muhammad was alive, before he left, did he open a university? Did he open any school of thoughts? And he says this is the school of prophet that he left in Medina or he left in Mecca, and then people have to be taught in the institution of Muhammad, other than a mosque that you attributed to him. And you say Masjid al-Nabawi, the mosque of the prophet. All I know is masjid belongs to God. Wa anna al-masajida lillahi fala tad'u ma'allahi ahadan. Quran chapter 72 verse 18. All masjid belongs to God. Out of your foolishness, you made up a mosque and you say it belongs to the prophet. And no wonder people go there and worship the prophet. They go there, they go to the grave. They are saying that's the grave of the prophet inside the mosque. And then they go to Labbaik ya Rasul, Labbaik ya Rasul, Rasul Salamu Alayka ya Rasul. They go to worship him there.
Ahmed bin Hanbal. There's many more jurists, Imamain, all of these jurists have established, all these little fine details based on the prophetic practice, and you're saying they were all wrong.
Yeah.
We are not saying they are all wrong. That's not what he said. But God says in Quran chapter 2 verse 170, وَإِذَا كِيلَ لَهُمُ اتَّبِعُوا مَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ قَالُوا بَلْ نَتَّبِعُ مَا أَلْفَيْنَا عَلَيْهِ أَبَاءَنَا أَوَلَوْ كَانَ أَبَاؤُهُمْ لَا يَأْكِلُونَ شَيْئًا وَلَا يَهْتَدُونَ. When they are told, follow what God has revealed, they say, what? No, we follow what we found our fathers following or upon. Then God is asking me to ask you, what if your fathers did not understand anything, nor were they guided? What if your scholars did not understand anything, and were they not guided? What if your scholars were misled? That's the question we are asking. So when we started checking, we found out that the statement of your scholars were not consistent with the words of God. So we decided to put their words in the trash because the religion doesn't belong to them in the first place. And nowhere did God assign them as authority figures in Islam. That is our argument. What is your issue? We don't need your dead scholars and the garbage books. Is it by force? Are you going to force us to believe in your trash? Quran chapter 18 verse 29, the truth is from your Lord. Whoever wills, let him believe. Whoever wills, let him disbelieve. So this is even God giving me the free choice to believe in the Quran or reject it if I want. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to face God alone. Nobody can be there to defend me. That's exactly what he told the prophet in Quran chapter 6, verse 51 to 52. Nobody can intercede for you. And then you are on your own. And the prophet will not be answerable for you. You will not be answerable for the prophet. So what is the point? Leave people, they believe fine. They don't believe. We say we don't believe in the trash you are giving us from your scholars. What is your problem? If they have degrees, so be it. Let them die with their degrees. We are not interested in the degrees.
All wrong. This is
Very
the way you
exciting.
should do it. Where do you get your information? You know?
It's true. And you know what worries me? I feel that some people who are not fully aware of its implications of going Quranian, like you're basically everything, like from your, like we said, salat, your fasting, your hajj, everything gets affected if you try to strip it away from the hadith.
Definitely.
And it completely, the religion would look so differently. And I think some people who are innocently thinking, yeah, let's just focus on the Quran, don't really understand the implications, as you said, like with the scholars.
It'll be dismantling religion, religious
Dismantling, that's what it would be,
practices. But in reality, you know, of course, you know, our main.
God says in Quran chapter 103, he says, Wal asr, inna al-insana lafi khusr, illa allazina amanu wa amilu salihat wa tawasaw bil haqq wa tawasaw bis sabr. He says, by the era, the human being will be in lost, except those who believe and hand down with the truth and hand down with patience. These two things can only save you in the era where people are lost. The truth and patience. These two things. When people don't have patience, God is not with them. God says, Inna Allaha ma'as sabirin. Indeed, God is with those who are patient. If you read Quran chapter 2, verse 152 and 153, you get to understand. Where God says, remember me and I'll remember you. Yeah? And be grateful to me and do not be a disbeliever or ungrateful. Right? So God says we should seek help from our prayer and our what? Patience. And then God is with those who are patient. So if you are patient, expect God to be on your side. So according to chapter 103, when you read up to verse 3, you need only two things to survive in that era. You need the truth and you need patience. If you lack patience, you have the devil on your side. If you lack the truth, you have the devil on your side. So go and read Quran chapter 47, verse 2 to verse 3. وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا بِمَا نُزِّلَ عَلَى مُحَمَّدٍ وَهُوَ حَقٌّ مِّن رَبِّهِمْ كَفَّرَ عَنْهُمْ سَيِّئَاتِهِمْ وَأَصْلَحَ بَالَهُمْ. Right? And he told you clearly in verse 3, it is those who reject the truth, they are the ones who are following the falsehood.
main objective is to follow the Quran. We have no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Now he's saying the main objective is to follow the Quran. Then he says, we have no doubt about that. This guy is a hypocrite. Now listen what he's going to say to show you he's a hypocrite.
You know, the Quran is enough for us. That
now he says the Quran is enough for us. I'm going to show you that even though he's a doctor, he doesn't understand English. English with a sh at the end. English with a sh. This man doesn't understand even though he's a doctor. Now listen to what he's going to say.
slogan, it fits all Muslims anyway. Yeah, of course it's enough for us. But
for God's sake, it's enough, of course, but Allah mushriks, Acrobat, where are you?
God have mercy upon us.
I'm serious. I don't know how their psychology works. I just don't know how their psychology works. He agrees that the Quran is enough, but what kind of English is that? And these are the people you call doctors. I'm serious. Then you'll be wondering, how did they earn their degree? Because the moment you said it is enough, it stops there. If you give me a glass of water and it's full, and I say it's sufficient, it's enough, you can't add more water because it will spill off. So whatever spills off is useless. Is useless. They don't understand English. That is what baffles. They don't understand English. So what is this man a doctor in? In what?
Who taught the Quran to us?
God. Ar-Rahman allama al-Quran khalaqa al-insan allamahu al-bayan. God is the teacher of the Quran. So he only sent Muhammad as a messenger to his people because his people were on land. They never learned a scripture. So this messenger went to them. وَيُحَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ. First of all, he recites the verses to them, teach them the book and the wisdom because they are on land. His people were on land. They now have to learn. But when you read Quran chapter 41 verse 3, God says, Kitabun fusilat ayatuhu Qur'anan Arabiyyan liqawmi ya'lamun. It says for people who know. So if I know, do I need a teacher? No. Quran chapter 6 verse 105. God says, وَكَذَلِكَ نُصَرِّفُ الْآيَاتِ وَلِيَقُولُوا دَرَسْتَ وَلُنُبَيِّنَهُ لِقَوْمِ يَعْلَمُونَ. That God says we are going to clarify it for people who know. If I know, do I need a teacher? No. Somebody who has knowledge, you're going to teach him again? His people didn't know, so he has the right to teach them because they didn't know the book. Do I look like I'm an online person where I need somebody in the desert to teach me? What is wrong with these people with the word but?
Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. And look, the Quran itself commands us to follow the Prophet.
No, not in the fashion you are saying. That's not how the Quran comments. Look, throughout the conversation with the lady, how many verses do you see this man quoting to her? Did you hear him quoting a verse? Because they are far away from the Quran. They hate the Quran as a matter of fact. I'm serious. Mushriks, they are only good when Mufti Menk is quoting, or who? Few of them will quote one verse and then that's it. There's a Allahu Akbar, mashallah. That's all. The rest is full of nonsense. That bat, when they talk about the Quran, they say bat, that bat is coming, is full of nonsense.
You know, Ali Imran, verse 31. Kul in kuntum tuhibbun Allah fattabi'uni.
Now he quotes a verse. But does the verse actually say follow the prophet? I'm going to catch his lies and show you the lies.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, my Rasul, my Habib, tell them.
Hey, please. He didn't say my Rasul, my Habib. He doesn't say like that in the verse. Please, be cool. For God's sake. He doesn't say my Rasul, my Habib, my love. He doesn't say that there. But now he says my Rasul, my Habib. Tell them. Okay, let's go.
If they love Allah, tell them to follow you, obey you. Very clear, very clear.
Obey who? Obey the messenger. So let's go and check the context. Because mushriks don't know how to deal with context. Baba Shuaib, I'm going to expose how they don't use context to teach the people. So Quran chapter 3 verse 31. Clearly, the verse is talking about a messenger. But you can see what these scholars like to do to the people. So God says in this verse, Kul in kuntum tuhibbun Allah fattabi'uni. Then he says, Yubibikumullah wa yaghfir lakum zunubakum wallahu ghafurur rahim. Say, if you should love God, then follow me. But now, first of all, check the word say. The word say. It is a messenger who has to deliver this message. So God asked the messenger to say. Pay attention to the word say. Okay. And forgive you your sins, for God is forgiving and merciful. Now read the context to the next verse to see it's talking about the messenger. Again, say, Kul atiullaha wa rasul. Fa in tawallaw, fa inna allaha la yuhibbul kafirin. So God says, obey God and obey the messenger. That is, obey God and the messenger. But if they turn away, then indeed God does not like the disbelievers. That's why he says, if you should love God, because if you love God, God will love you. Disbelievers don't love God, so they reject everything God brings. Do you get the point? It's just like you love a woman or you love a man. And when you love the person, you love everything about them. Everything they present, you love it. Even if it is nonsensical, you love it. But you see, when you dislike somebody, even if it is his shadow, you hate the shadow. You don't like the shadow, right? So say, obey God and obey God and the messenger. But if they turn away, then indeed God does not like the disbelievers. The context is talking about the messenger. The context doesn't say follow the prophet anywhere. Nowhere in the verse does it say follow the prophet. Because according to them, follow the prophet means come and follow Hadith books. This is how they interpret it. Thank you very much, Taulant Zilma, for the gift. I hope you're doing well. God bless you, bro. I wish you well and good health, inshallah. So this is how they twist the verses of God. But anyways, let's continue with what he has to say, and then you get to hear more of the gibberish he has to offer. This is what he continues with.
So those who love Allah supposed to follow the noble prophet, his path.
That's not what the verse says. It doesn't say those who love God have to follow the prophet. It's in the context of a messenger. A messenger has a message to deliver. That is the context of the verses. No word prophet mentioned in the verses. But let's go.
And in regards to the Quran, theological things to do with Aqidah, creed, 90% of.
Mention a word that is not found in the Quran. The word Aqidah is not even in the Quran. It's not mentioned anywhere in the Quran. The word Aqidah doesn't exist. And when I'm talking about Aqidah, I'm talking about the creed. God rather used the word Millah. Millah is more of a stronger word than the word Aqidah. So the word Millah, the creed of Abraham, is in the Quran. They are mentioned Aqidah because they invented that. That is in their garbage books and not in the Quran.
We get it from the Quran. More than 90% we learn it from the Quran. But things to do with practical issues, practice, worship, like you mentioned before, to all the little details, 70% we get it from Sunnah.
And
If you say all the little details, which means they are not needed.
that makes sense because it's practical. It's things that have to be shown how it's done. Whereas theology, it's philosophy, or it's theoretical. When I say theoretical, it's knowledge-based.
Knowledge.
But when you have something that's practical, you need to see how it plays out, how you actually implement it. So it makes
you need
sense.
to have a person that's showing you as well. You need to have a guide. I always say it in a humorous way. Can you go and get a book on, for example, brain surgery and read it?
This is where he made the dumbest statement ever. The dumbest statement ever. This is where this doctor made that dumbest statement. Guys, anybody who knows him, share this video for him. Let him watch me with pain. I want him to have pains whilst watching me. I know they are infuriated when they see me doing a rebuttal on their videos. I know he'll be offended, but who cares? If you want to mock the words of God, this is how I'll deal with you. Remember, I'm the correctional officer. I'm going to mess you up with your degrees and your doctorate degrees. Let's go on what he said. Dumbest thing ever. Listen.
Based.
Knowledge.
But when you have something that's practical, you need to see how it plays out, how you actually implement it. So it makes
you need
sense.
to have a person that's showing you as well. You need to have a guide. I always say it in a humorous way. Can you go and get a book on, for example, brain surgery and read it, this is enough for me to, operate on someone's brain. Can you say that?
You see the foolishness? Islam is between me and God. We are talking about me studying a book and practicing it on my own life, not imposing it on somebody. These people are bozzified. Now he's saying to go and read a book and do brain surgery on people. Why? Islam is about you, not... Guys, when you go to IKEA, some people will say IKEA. IKEA. When you go to buy a table, or you go to buy a wardrobe, or you buy a cabinet, a kitchen cabinet or whatever, you come home, it has a manual. It comes with a manual or like a pamphlet, something of this sort, like a pamphlet, where it gives you the instruction 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I swear to God, if you follow it diligently, you can fix it yourself. So that is by yourself doing your own thing. It has nothing to do with the third or second party. But why will I go and read a book and I want to do brain surgery on somebody? Why not on myself? Why somebody? What kind of foolish analogy? This guy is a doctor? What kind of foolish analogy is that? When you buy a phone, it comes with a manual. You read the manual to set up your own phone because it is your phone. When Prophet Muhammad was clearly saying in Quran chapter 6, verse 162, indeed, my salats, my religious rights, my life, my death belongs to God or are for God. Weren't these foolish mushriks listening? Because if Prophet Muhammad said that, I'm saying likewise, my life, my death, my salats, my religious rights is for God. Why will I go and read a book and I'm going to impose my thing on people? Why will I read a book of surgery and I want to do brain surgery on somebody else's son or daughter? Why not start with myself? Because charity begins at home. What kind of foolish analogy is that? You don't equate that kind of foolish example, doctor, whoever you call yourself.
Kill the person, and no one would allow that anyway in the world.
Good example.
Yeah, so you got to follow
The foolishness of the host also. She's a good example. Oh my God, mushriks, where do you get your brains from? Who manufactures these guys' brains? The mushriks, all of them, are no exception. Who manufactures their brains, by the way? There's no way their brains can come from God. That is not the brain God gave a human being. Because the one God gave us, he says, Afala ta'qilun, will you not reason? That is the one God gave you. So he wants you to reason. But there's no way the brains these people are using is the one God gave. So who manufactured the one they are using? Oh.
a person who's done it, who's an expert on that, a specialist, and they teach you.
What do you mean a special? How did the person become a specialist? They have to teach you, the next person, to follow the same way of becoming a specialist. How did the person become a specialist? How?
Because they're the experts,
Powerful
yeah,
analogy.
it's like saying, look, I love physics. I read all the, Albert Einstein's books.
Don't equate it to the book of guidance. Foolishness. Guys, I'm sorry if you think I'm getting like these guys put me, I become very passionate with their foolishness. The point is, their foolishness is very extreme.
But I don't need to accept what Einstein thinks. How he practiced.
How is Einstein's knowledge binding on me? How is it binding on me? Is it by force? Is it a book of guidance to God? What kind of stupid examples are these?
That's comical because it is his book. So Quran was revealed to Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. Allah, spoke to him.
He didn't speak to him directly. He gave through Gabriel to be given to him. He gave through the Holy Spirit to be given to him. God didn't speak to him directly. No.
Through Wahi.
Yeah.
So who would know Islam better than him? You got to follow.
Another foolishness again, saying that who will know Islam better than him when he was only asked to follow the Millata Ibrahima. Yes, follow the creed of Abraham. Stop talking about Muhammad knowing Islam. Islam didn't start with Prophet Muhammad. What foolishness is wrong with these people they call the doctors and so on? They make Islam, it seems as if Islam started in the 7th century.
Islam as the way he practiced it.
He was chosen as the person
for that duty, yes.
For that duty, and therefore he is the best one to be followed in, I guess, understanding that message.
Yes.
Yeah. Very good conversation. That was very interesting. Thank you for your extremely valuable insight. I hope you all enjoyed it as well. And see you next time. Assalamu alaikum.
Terrible. Guys, I'm really sorry for the torture, right? I know this video is a torture. It's frustrating to sit down and listen 18 minutes of this BS, right? But sometimes it's part of the learning. You need to know whatever they have to say so that next time you don't waste time to hear them again, because you already know the trash they are going to spew, right? The BS. So try to understand the BS the mushriks always have to spew. Understand it first so that you don't become like judging them without knowing what they have to say. Listen to what they have to say, right? There's nothing new they will have to offer. It's always, it's enough, but, yeah. Quran is enough, but always want to put the prophet as the yardstick for everything. Yeah. These same people will go to the extent to say the Prophet Muhammad is not dead, even though even their own Hadith book says he's dead. But they will say he's not dead. It's not easy. Guys, I have the link for the guests, right? If you want to join as a guest, let me put it on the comment section. Some people ask questions. I don't know if some people asked questions earlier. I've pinned some questions. Let me see if I can tackle those questions. Let me deal with this. This brother Jamal, it will be a nice time to join so that I can clarify your point that you said you didn't agree with. Guys, I've put the link. You can join as a guest, right? That is the link on the page, right? For those on TikTok, if you send a request, it will not come unless you join by the link I just posted. For those on Facebook, likewise, that is the link. For those on YouTube, you can find the link. Somebody says the manufacturer of the mushrik's brain is David Wood. Hey, be careful! Don't let the mushriks hear that, please. Oh my God. Let me see here. Yeah, it's time for question and answer session. Please, you can ask your questions. By the way, I'll be trimming the video down. I'll trim the greetings part and I'll trim the first 18 minutes of this video that I played in the beginning. I'll trim it down, right? So people can watch in a relaxing mode by seeing the video I did on Farid response in the beginning, right? Yeah. So let's go to the question and answer session, right? Yes, Restless Native says they made Muhammad as the all-knowing. Yes, that's true. And Bukhari as his messenger, eventually. That's how the scholars use it, right? Damage Music Group, DMG says what? Sheikh simply means old man. Yes, in the Quran it has been used as an old man, an elder. But they call young men sheikhs. Don't they speak Arabic? Because they don't use the Quran as the epitome of the Arabic language. Instead of using the Quran, they rather use their own. That's why they invent words. Hadith means the sayings of the Prophet, according to them. Hadith doesn't mean what the Quran means. Hijab means the covering of a woman. Hijab in the Quran doesn't mean covering of the woman. Sunnah means following the footsteps of the Prophet, the actions he did, whatever. But Sunnah in the Quran has a different, So this is how they invent their own words a lot, and they say things which are different from the Arabic vocabulary of the Quran. So that's typically how sectarians are programmed, right?
Hello?
Yes, peace to you. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Honest, and I'm calling from the United States.
Ani is from United States. How may I help you, brother?
Yeah, so I don't believe in, as the hadith as being binding. So, but I've debated Sunnis. So I wanted to ask, how would you respond when they ask you the question like, how do you know the Quran is preserved?
How do I know the Quran is preserved, right?
Yeah, is it like the same as the hadith? Or they say like the same thing? They always say it's the same way.
It's not the same way, right? Number one, if you go to Quran chapter 35, verse 31 to verse 32, I'll put it on the screen for you to see. Chapter 35, verse 31 to verse 32. Let me put it on the screen. So let's start with this verse. And I put it on the screen here. This verse here. Now God says to the Prophet, وَالَّذِي أَوْهَيْنَا إِلَيْكَ مِنَ الْكِتَابِ هُوَ الْحَقُّ مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ إِنَّ اللَّهَ بِعِبَادِهِ لَخَبِيرٌ بَصِيرٌ. Then he says, and what we have inspired to you, that is the second person singular, of the book is the truth, confirming what was before it. Indeed, God to his servants is what? Cognizant and conversant. Then the next verse. The next verse says, ثم أورثنا الكتاب الذين استفينا من عبادنا فمنهم ظالم لنفسه ومنهم مقتصد ومنهم سابق بالخيرات بإذن الله ذلك هو فضل الكبير. It says then we transmit, or the word أورثنا can mean to cause to be inherited. We transmit the book to those we have chosen among our servants. Then among them is one who wrongs himself, and among them is one who is careful, and among them is one who competes in good deeds by the permission of God. That is a great preference. Now, talking about how can we know the Quran has been preserved? Number one, God is the one to make the preservation of the Quran, right? And the remembrance of what is in the Quran itself is God who is going to do that. So when you read Quran chapter 15, I take you back to the Quran. The remembrance of the Quran itself, Quran chapter 15, verse 9. Here, God says, Inna nahnu nazzalna zikra wa inna lahu lahafidun. Indeed, we brought down the remembrance, and indeed we are its preservers. The remembrance is the remembrance we found in the Quran. So, for instance, Quran chapter 32 verse 1, 38 verse 1, sorry, where it says Swad wal Quran is zikr, it says Quran, by the Quran possessing the remembrance. And that remembrance of the Quran is God, and the angels are the one to preserve the remembrance of the Quran. So as for who be caused to inherit the book itself. It is God who will cause people to inherit the book till it gets to us today. He caused people to inherit the book till we found it. So as for how will it be preserved, that's why the Quran is a miracle. It has to be there for all generations.
Okay. So when I say it's like, you're saying like the Quran is preserved because Allah says so in the Quran. They would say it's circular reasoning. So how would you?
Yeah, allow them to say secular. Who invented secular reasoning? Who invented the statement secular reasoning?
I forgot it's like some Greek scholar thing.
So the point is, let me make a point for you here. You see, the idea of sectarianism is to use an external source to judge the words of God. This is what they do. What did God say the Quran is here to do? Is to serve as what? Guidance for who?
To humanity?
To humanity. So now let's break down. There are two types of reasoning. There are different forms of reasoning. But here we have what they call the secular, and then we have the secular reasoning. Two types. Now the secular with the secular reasoning refers to a way of thinking and making decisions that is grounded in logic, evidence, human experience, and ethical principles without relying on religious or supernatural beliefs. Then the other form of secular reasoning, which is round, secular, we define it as a logical fallacy where the conclusion is assumed in the premise, right? Now, if you take what they are saying based on what somebody wrote, for instance, the book of fallacy, if you go to find, where is this? I saved this file. When you go to the book of fallacies, detecting fallacies. So let's, the ad hominem fallacy. We have ad hominem fallacy. We have straw man fallacy. We have false dilemma fallacy. We have fallacy of faulty comparison. We have fallacious appeal to authority. Then we have, which one again? Let me see. Then there is sporting an authority's bias. Then it goes on. This is somebody's opinion on what we have to agree with, what fallacy is. Are you getting my point? It is not God who is telling you that when somebody says this becomes a fallacy, or people invent this understanding and other people have to agree with. Now, if Quran has to go to the courtroom right now, the book of God, Quran, who is supposed to speak for the Quran other than the Quran? Who is supposed to speak for the Quran?
Nobody else has authority besides God.
Thank you. The Quran will speak for itself. But the sectarians don't agree to that point. That's why when you use the Quran to give them, they tell you bring something other than this. So this is the example here. Look, this is what it says. Quran chapter 10 verse 15. Even at the time of the prophet, they used the same arguments against the prophet. Here. And when our verses are recited to them as what? Can you see the screen?
Yes, as bayonets proof.
Thank you. When our verses are recited to them as what? Proofs. What happens? Those who do not hope to meet us say, bring a reading, a Quran other than this, or change it.
Oh, that makes sense.
Then it continues. The messenger says, say, it is not for me to change it by myself spontaneously. I only follow what is inspired to me. Indeed, I fear the punishment of a terrible day if I should disobey my Lord. Imagine the prophet coming to the people, and then the people will be using this word fallacy. They will say secular reasoning or so. Did it exist at the time of the prophet?
No.
Thank you. The people are using it as an argument. And the funny thing is, you see the Sunnis using that argument and say, oh, this is a secular reasoning. Who invented the law of secular reason? Who invented it? You ask them, who invented that?
Oh, okay. So the Quran is its own proof, and then their books, they have to bring their own scholars, those people, to prove it themselves.
Thank you. Because if their books were also written by other people, who is going to prove those books? Because if they have to use hadith books to justify their means and to say the hadith is going to speak for the Quran, then who speaks for the hadith?
Those people that made those books.
Thank you. So is it not the same secular reasoning they are also going to present?
Yeah, so it's just a matter of like who has the authority here. Those people.
Thank you.
I see.
Thank you. So God made Quran the authority. He didn't make hadith books the authority. So who is in the position to question it? We should rather be questioning them. Who gave you the authority to write these books? If they ask you who gave you authority to write the Quran, evidences are there. Let me give you first example. Quran chapter 68 verse 1. It takes only somebody with a shallow mind not to know that the authority has been given by God so that they write it down. If you go to Quran chapter 68 verse 1, God says, "Nun, by the pen and what they jot down." Right? By the pen and what they jot down. Then he went out to tell the prophet, "You are not a madman by the grace of God, of your Lord." Then again, we go to Quran chapter 80 verse 11, and I'll read up to verse 16. God says, "Nay, indeed, it is a reminder. So whoever wills should remember it in ennobled pages," because it's called suhuf. That is from where we call it a mushaf. Mushaf, the meme is added in front of the suhuf to show that it's a place where you can go on a page that has a place of reference. Right? So mushaf. That this suhuf, the pages you are reading, this is where God says, in ennobled pages, elevated and purified, inscribed by the hands. Then he says what? Dignified and justified. So now, when God says in ennobled pages, if you go to chapter 98 verse 2, it further gives you the clarity on that point. It says, a messenger from God reciting purified pages. Then he says, wherein are valuable writings. Then again, if you even go to Quran chapter 52 verse 2, it clearly says that there, by the mount, and then wakitabim mastur. It says, and the jotted book or register in a spread out parchment. You see the point? So here, when you go to chapter 96, verse 1 to verse 5, 96, verse 1 to verse 5, then it says here, read in the name of your Lord who creates. He creates the human being from a cloth. We can say a cloth. Read, and your Lord is the most honorable, who has taught by the pen. He taught the human being what he knew not. Then again, Quran chapter 2 verse 282. Look how God even taught us how to write down debts. Here, God says, "Oh, you who have believed, whenever you mutually contract a debt for a fixed term, then write it down. And let a writer among you write in justice. And a writer shall not refuse to write as God has taught him." What did he teach the people to write with? Are you with me?
It's the pen.
The pen. I just came from chapter 96, verse 1 to verse 5. He taught the human being with the pen. So as God has taught him, so let him write, and let the one upon whom is the duty fill out, and let him beware of God, his Lord, and he shall not depreciate anything thereof. And if the one upon whom is the duty is foolish or weak or unable to fill it out, then let his hair fill out injustice, and quote 2 witnesses from your men. And if there are not 2 men, then a man and 2 women from those you approve of witnesses. In case one of them errs, then the other one of them will remind. And the witnesses shall not refuse when they are invited, and they shall not be weary to write it down, whether small or big, until its term. That is more equitable in the front of God. Then he says, and more appropriate for testimony, and the least not to mistrust each other. Unless there is an existing business which you conduct among you, then there is no blame on you not to have written it down. And quote whenever you transact, and do not harm a writer nor a witness, for if you do so, then indeed it will be immoral of you. So beware of God, and God will what? Teach you. For God is aware of all things. What else do the mushriks want? What do they want?
I don't know. They say a lot of things. I have another question about the fornicators, because I had this one debate. They saying like Quran doesn't prohibit temporary marriage, so I don't know if that's true or not.
Quran doesn't prohibit what?
So let's say like you have a woman, she's already married, and she goes on and does a nikah with another man for a certain period of time. Is that like adultery, or is that fornication?
First of all, what is the objective of the marriage?
Stability.
If you're married a woman and you say, I'm marrying you temporary, what is the objective of the temporary marriage?
Um,
Is it for sex?
I don't know. They get some form of like temporary.
And I say, what is the objective? Is the objective which determines the validity of what you're going to do. So what is the objective?
Whatever they choose, I guess. I don't know what they want. But
okay, if you're going to marry a woman in long term, what is the objective?
Tranquility, if that's what some people want. I think the nikah part, that's the part that's really tricky. I don't know the requirements.
Yeah, let me tell you, I did a live lecture, a full lecture on this, marriage and divorce. I have the full lecture on that, right? There's no such thing as temporary marriage. The first question is temporary marriage based on what is the objective? Is it for sex? Is it to have kids? What is the objective? As long as the person cannot answer the objective, then that is fornication. You are just going to marry to fornicate, that's all. What is that? Because what is that about? You tell me, what is that about?
So what would be the ruling if they did that? The ruling would be the 100 lashes, right?
In their religion, they will approve it. Who is going to do the 100 lashes? It is their religion they have created. That's their own rules they set. That's why they have the misyar, and then they have the hotel marriages and so on, like the one Muhammad Hijab and so on did. Because in their religion it's allowed. They are Sunnis, so they form the religion that is allowed for them. So they can have a side chick marriage, temporary. He just have sex, then he abandons her. He doesn't take the responsibility like official marriage, according to them. He doesn't need to pay bills. He doesn't need to do anything official. He just need to have sex and that's it. It's done. So to them, it's a cool thing. It's a cool thing. They're having fun with it. It's fun.
But it's not legalized by the Quran.
No, it's not.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Look, let me give you a verse so that you know that whatever they are doing is nonsensical. Quran chapter 5. I give you a verse here. Quran chapter 5 verse 5. Right? This is what God says. He says, today lawful for you are good things as well as the food of those who were given the book is lawful for you. And your food is lawful for them as well as the chaste among the believing women and the chaste among those who were given the book before you. When you have given them their fees as chaste women, not as fornicators or not for fornication, right? Not to be taken as secret lovers, akdan, right? Then he says, and whoever disbelieves in the faith, then he has failed his work, and he will be among the losers in the hereafter. So these categories God is giving you. If I pay a chaste woman in asking for a hand in marriage, there is no point of temporary marriage there. But if I ask a hand and the objective is all about fornication, then what is left?
Nothing. Fornicating.
Because that's why you married her for fornication, then there's a problem. You married her to be secret lovers, because most of the time when they marry the women secretly, they don't want to propagate people to even know they are married to the women.
And that's not good, right? So it's not
good. God doesn't approve that.
okay.
That's what I'm asking. What is the objective? If you see a woman, if I see a woman, like Mohammed Hijab, one time there's a video of Mohammed Hijab where he says he joined two couples in marriage. And he says he did that in 1 minute, 30 seconds, he said. I don't know if you have seen that video before. He was making a joke. And then he said he joined them in marriage because they don't, the guy was saying, the lady was saying, I don't want to fornicate, I don't want to do bad. So they joined them in marriage, but the marriage ended in divorce again. So it was a temporary marriage, right? So the idea is, okay, we are going to marry to fornicate, that's all. And then we go our separate ways. They think Islam is a joke. They have taken it as a joke. So this is what God says. Look what God says here. In Quran chapter 6, verse 70. Chapter 6, verse 70 says, and leave those who have taken their religion as play and amusement, and whom the worldly life has deluded them. And remind by it, lest a soul will scowl at what its end. It will have no guardian nor intercessor other than God. Even it should amend with every amendment, it will not be accepted from it. Those are the ones who will scowl at what they have earned. For them is drinking of magma and painful punishment for what they used to disbelieve. You see the point?
Yeah, I see it. So they're not allowed to marry each other, even if these people not just fornicate. The believers, can they get with mushriks, like people who do shirk, or is
No,
it?
you're not supposed to marry a mushrik. According to Quran chapter 2, verse 221, you're not supposed to marry a mushrik. And the reason is going to be clear to you. I'm going to give you the reason. God says, and do not marry the mushriks, a female mushrik, unless they believe. For a believing bondmaid is better than a mushrik, a female mushrik, even if she pleases you. And it says what? And do not marry a mushrik man unless they believe. Then he says what? For a believing slave is better than a mushrik man, even if he pleases you. Those invites to the fire, that's the reason why God says don't marry them. They are inviting you to the hellfire, while God invites to the garden, paradise. That is what? And forgiveness by his permission. And he clarifies his verses to the people, perhaps they will take it. That is the reason you are not supposed to marry a mushrik.
Okay.
That's the point. Thank you, brother. Thank you for your question. I think I've given you enough time to ask questions, right? So
Yeah.
let's give some of the people. Some people are in the queue. Let me answer the next call.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stay blessed. Peace. So our next caller is on the line. I bring Zen. Zen, are you here? Zen. Zen. Okay, Zen went off, right? Guys, I've done almost 4 hours. I need to end the live stream. What question did I miss? I wanted to answer a question. How do you call this brother? Jamal, can you call, anybody can put the correctional officer number, TikTok or Facebook, somebody can call. What was the question? Jamal, what was the question you asked? Yes, there is a waiting period. Uh, tranquility, no, there's no tranquility. Yes, there's chaos, 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 chaos everywhere. Yeah, that is the number in the comment section, right? By Jihan. For those on YouTube, somebody on YouTube, the moderators, you can pin the number. You can pin the number up there. Okay, so we have Zen.
Hello,
Zen,
can
are
you
you
hear
here?
me? Yes, my mic wasn't working for some reason. I'm sorry
Okay.
for that
Finally,
today.
it's working. Thanks to God.
Yeah. Is there a specific topic that I have to talk with, or it's open somewhat? I'm not familiar with this format.
I actually did a program on hadith followers talking about the Quran alone followers. So basically, they have an issue with Quranists. But yeah, if you have a question, just go on because I just have some few minutes to end the topic. You can go ahead with any question you have.
Okay, that's great. I've been following you for a little time, and I was wondering. I had some questions on my own. I'm an artist, and I ponder a lot. Thankfully, I have recently started looking into the Quran, and hopefully, it guides me. So I was listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson on a certain topic. He was saying if the God exists, then he cannot be full, he cannot be full good. There has to be some bad in God, because for example, there's a bombing going in Gaza, then God could have prevented it, something like that. He said something like that. So it made me wonder that actually, does God interfere in our life as we go on? For example, I have certain hardship in my life, and sometimes I lose my patience and I start blaming God, that why did you do that to me? Then I started wondering if actually God intervenes, if he wants to help, or keeps wants to give me a burden. um, I don't know if my question makes sense, or does the Quran say specifically something about how the God intervenes, or if he doesn't? If that my question makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Are you done with your question?
I think I am.
Okay. When you're doing exams, when you're in the exams hall, you the student being in the exams hall, does your teacher interfere with whatever is going on in the exams?
He doesn't. He lets me do whatever I want. I mean, my
Like, has he provided the rules and regulations?
indeed, I got taught
And then
before.
if you need help aside the simple things that you're dealing with, if you need help which is beyond the exams, can you call on the vigilator or examiner?
I mean, there should. It depends. Like, you can see it in both ways. Like, if I call my examinator, he might come and help me, but someone might say it's a wrong thing for the examinator to do. I
No,
mean,
no, no. I'm not talking about helping you on the exams. If you need any different help apart from the exams itself, whilst you're sitting for the exams, let's say I want to go and pee. Let's say I need some help, some water. I can call the examiner to give me,
definitely, yeah,
and then they can bring me, or they can come for the emergency help, right?
yeah. I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
makes sense.
Then after the exams, the results is given. After the exams, the results has to be given, whether you pass or fail, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Now, whoever is judging God, whether saying God is bad or good, we don't give that human qualities to God. However, understanding God, one of the things God doesn't want us to do is to say things about Him that we don't know. So, for instance, if you don't know Baba Shuaib, if you don't know me personally, what can you say about me?
If I wanted to describe someone about you, I would say he's a guy who works for God. He preaches Quran, and he's a YouTube guy,
So
basically.
now let's say you don't know me. You
Yeah.
don't know me, but what are you going to say about me?
I I won't be able to say anything about you.
Thank you. So, what makes people think they actually know God before questioning God?
Hmm. Okay.
Are you getting my point? When somebody wants to question God, ask them, do you really know God? Quran chapter
That's
7, verse 33, to say what you do not know about God is forbidden by God. It's a sacrilege. Imagine you don't know him, you don't know me, and you are saying things about me, or you're questioning something about me. It would be offensive.
it would definitely be offensive. I was offended by his question and his, the way he was talking, but it made me a bit, um, uh, question it. How does God actually intervene in my life? Do I actually matter? Or does he literally coming to aid me from a situation, from a hardship, or is he the one who is causing the hardship? Things like that.
He arranged all these things to test you. For instance, I'm going to put a verse on the screen. I'm going to put a verse on the screen, right? Check this verse on the screen.
Yes.
He says, whenever adversity touches the human being, he invokes us onto his side, or sitting or standing. But when we remove his adversity from him, he passes as if he had not invoked us for any adversity which touched him. Thus is it adorned to the profligate what they have been doing. Now, what you need to understand is God has already arranged everything and designed everything in an order. That's why there's a judgment day. It is not everything that God has to interfere. Are you getting the point?
Yeah, I'm kind of
So
getting
now
it.
let's take the notion of football. Do you watch football?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's use FIFA as an example. So FIFA has already arranged everything. He has put the teams against each other, right? He has arranged things and put the teams against each other. And then he assigned a referee to officiate a match. Now, when the whistle is blown for 90 minutes and the match is being played, do you expect FIFA to do anything else?
No, I wouldn't. That would be considered cheating.
Thank you.
Oh,
So now FIFA's role is done. His is just to sit down and watch. Now you guys will be fighting with each other on the field whilst the referee is there to interfere also. Sometimes the referee allows the things to happen. Sometimes the referee can say this is not a goal. Sometimes the referee can say this is a foul. Sometimes he can choose to give a red card or not to give a red card. Then the fans who are watching will now say, oh, this referee is biased. It's not fair. Then after the match is done for 90 minutes, what happens?
we get the results.
We get the results and the case goes back to who?
It goes back to the players on the
No,
field, I
it
think.
goes to FIFA. The case of the 90 minutes goes back to FIFA. Are you
We're
with me?
missing something.
Who organized the football match in the first place?
Sorry, I didn't catch you.
That football match I was just the soccer. Who organized it?
FIFA, obviously.
Thank you. When FIFA organizes it, put two teams against each other and put in a referee.
Uh-huh.
When the whistle is blown for the match to start, does FIFA interfere in anything again?
And no.
No. So now the FIFA goes and sit down and watch. Now fight with each other whilst the referee will play its role also, whilst FIFA is still watching. The referee officiating the match can decide to be biased or can decide to be fair. But FIFA cannot say anything till the match has ended. And then the results from the referee will come back to the FIFA.
I get
And then
it.
the players and the results, everything will come back to FIFA. Now FIFA is going to make the final decision whether somebody has a red card and he doesn't have to play for 3 matches. FIFA is going to decide whether somebody, the referee did bias. FIFA is going to deal with the referee or going to decide whether a football player who is not supposed to play has played the match. FIFA is going to decide. It's either deduct points or to give points to another team. FIFA is going to do the judgment after that.
Right.
While the match is going on, if the referee did some criminal act during the match, does FIFA interfere?
Technically, they shouldn't.
They don't. FIFA does not interfere. Till the match has ended for 90 minutes. Then FIFA will take the results card and whatever transpired, because the referee also has to submit. So whatever we are doing, the referee in our lives is served as the angels. They are the referees. They can interfere. God can send them to interfere. But sometimes they can watch the play is ongoing. Somebody is getting injured, but the referee is just watching. He doesn't give any yellow card, no red card. He can decide to allow, play on, continue, let's go. Then there are times the referee can give a red card. Then when the match is done, the angels being the referees, they are going back to God, FIFA himself. So FIFA is going to make the final decision. Are you with me?
I'm following.
Did you understand everything I said in that analogy?
I think I understand, but I still, I don't want to be a nuisance, but I still don't.
I'm just giving you a metaphorical example. Put God as FIFA. The reason why God will not interfere in certain aspects of our lives is because he has already arranged things. So let me give an example. Quran chapter 57, verse 22. In this verse, look what God says. He says, no misfortune happens on earth nor among yourselves except in a register before we bring it into what? Into existence. Indeed, that is easy for God. Now, do we want misfortune to happen?
Absolutely not.
But some people want it to happen.
Okay.
Are you getting the point?
So I'm the one responsible for my own misfortunes, which God has already.
Not every time. No. I just told you, God has rules and regulations for everybody. So God says, do not steal, and you go to steal and you are caught. Who do you blame?
I can only blame myself.
Thank you, because you didn't follow his rules.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when people start judging God, they are judging God out of ignorance because they don't know what God has said beforehand already concerning the issue. So people will say, if there is God, why are innocent children dying? In the first place, the question I'll ask you, how do you know the kid is innocent?
I mean, every kid should be considered as innocent.
How do you know?
I don't. It's just generalizing.
The other day, I saw a parent telling me that his kid was trying to remove another little girl's pants.
He's definitely not innocent then.
Do you know why you said he's not innocent?
Because it clearly goes against what is considered to be normal.
But he's a kid.
But he's not behaving like a kid.
It's because you saw what he did.
Yeah.
But God knows what is internal. Do you know what the kid has internal thoughts?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't know. Why do you think our babies, even though they don't talk, they can look at you and smile? They cry, they get angry, they get pissed. Yeah, and I said they get surprised, they startle. Do you know their thoughts? Only God knows that. So how in the first place, my question is, you the human being, how did you get to know a kid is innocent? That's a question.
Fair point.
So the one who created decided to take what he created. Then you see people saying, but that is not fair. According to whose rules is it not fair? Now, whose rules are we using to judge God? Are you with me?
I am following.
Yeah, so according to whose rules are we using to judge God? That this.
We cannot judge God.
Thank you. So if we cannot judge God, the human being must first understand God. Then we can understand why we cannot judge God.
And this is what my philosophy was, I think, was trying to take me to. I was trying to understand how God is uh, interfering or keeping away from my life. I was, juggling my ball.
He says, call me, I'll respond to you. Quran chapter 40, verse 60. I put the verse on the screen. This is what God says. Chapter 40, verse 60. He says, invoke me here. And your Lord said, invoke me, I will respond to you. Indeed, those who are arrogant to worship me will enter hell piling up. Somebody say, but that is not fair. Please, if you work for a company, are you supposed to respond to the boss?
Yeah, if he asks me to report,
If you're
I
arrogant
have
to serve the boss, can he fire you or not?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So, are you going to say the boss is not fair?
No, I'm being arrogant to the boss.
Thank you. He is boss. And he said, do this. You said, no, why should I do this for you? Why are you asking me to do this? Well, he can fire you. It is his company.
Mhm.
What do you have to say about that? Nothing. Then God tell you in Quran chapter 10, verse 44. Here, this is what he says. He says, indeed, God does not wrong the people at all, not even an inch. He doesn't wrong us. But then he says, the people are wronging themselves.
So I am responsible for my own demise, basically.
Of course, because if God has put rules and regulations for you on the way, why do you need to transgress the rules? What is the just retribution for a retribution? An eye for an eye. You slap somebody, they slap you back, then you say, why did you slap me back? And why did you slap them first? Do you understand?
I think I'm getting a kind of clear picture now. So basically, then if I'm getting it right, so then I am responsible for every single thing which I am, but God is already punishing me in a way for my doings, whether if they might be good, they might be bad, but if I have a hardship right now, this has to do something with that I did previously. Somewhere I went wrong, so this is why God is making my life harder. I I think that's what I got from.
Now, you see the verse I put on the screen. It's Quran chapter 2, verse 286. God does not charge a soul except its capacity. It will have what it earns, and upon it is what it has earned. You see the verse?
Yes, and the first part of it gets me every single time. So basically, so for a guy who lost his arm, and he's not complaining, and a guy who lost his finger, he's complaining a lot. So there's an analogy like that, if I'm not uh, making things up. So for both those two people have the same type of pain, but one has lost his limb and the other has lost his finger, but yet their um, uh, facing the same sadness, same sorrow, same pain. So the pain is different for every single person. So when the God says God does not charge a soul except its capacity, so I feel like I am in the wrong side of the story, which every time I'm the one who's losing a limb. So if I go back to my previous understanding, that starts to make sense, that I'm the one who is responsible for being punished with losing an arm, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You still, yeah, you're still in that scope. What you said is okay, makes sense. So you need to understand God, then you can understand not to misjudge God. When people misjudge God, they don't know God. So that's why when people are saying things about God, don't answer them. First question you should ask is, do you really know God? That's what you should ask them. Do you know God?
I think I get your point. Um,
That's all you need to do. Don't go beyond trying to convince somebody who has already made up his mind.
don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm trying to convince myself.
Yeah,
I just want to know how
yeah,
the system works.
it is not a thing of a day. You can reflect on it. It's not a thing of 1 day, 2 days. Yes, it takes time to pick up on that. But with time, you have the clarity, right? So don't rush it. Just give it time, and don't overthink that subject. It can make you crazy.
Indeed, it can.
Understanding God is a complicated thing, but you just need to give it time. You don't rush to understand at once. We have all questioned God one way or the other. Abraham himself, according to Quran chapter 6, verse 75, when you read up to verse 82, he was questioning. He doesn't know God. He was trying to know God. He saw the moon and he's like, could it be my God? He saw the sun. It's like, could it be my God? He saw the planet, right? So we get to a point where, as a human being, you start questioning things. But when you are questioning things, don't use your opinion to draw conclusion. You get the
Right.
point?
I think. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
in my mind, if I'm not necessarily questioning God, but wondering how who is that God that I'm trying to worship, or I'm trying to uh, uh, be obedient to. So it sometimes leads you to weird
No,
questions, at
you
least
can
just
talk to God within yourself. You can talk to God. You can talk to God. He says, "Invoke me, and I'll respond to you." He made a promise. I gave you the verse, right?
yeah.
Chapter 40, verse 60. He says, "Call on me, and I'll respond to you." Abraham did the same. He told God, "God, if you don't guide me, I'll be among the ignorant ones." And God guided him. He can hear you. He is with you. He is closer to you than the jugular vein. Right? So when you call on him, he will respond. God, show me your guidance. God, lead me to your guidance. Lead me to a path that I can be guided. Lead me to somebody who is knowledgeable and can show me your guidance. Yes, God will answer you. He's listening to you. He understands every language. Are you getting the point? The reason why we are following the manual, the book, is to give us easiness in life, to have the easy reference to go and check, oh, what does God require of me? Just like when you go to a work, sometimes at a workplace, they give you schedules, right? They give you a schedule. And then they write what you have to do. You, the worker, when you come, this is your routine. Do this, do that, do that. Now, sometimes you have to go to the drawing board and check what has been drafted for you to do. Do you realize that?
Mhm.
Because the idea is so that you have a reminder. If you don't do that, you will forget what you are asked to do. That is why we have the Quran as a reference point. We go back and check, okay, what does God require of me? The more I read the Quran, the more closer I'll be from God. I might not be perfect. God says, don't commit these sins. If I keep committing them, it will corrupt me, and it will get to the point I won't feel like it's normal. I will not feel like it's a sin anymore because you keep doing it. So the idea of following God's guidance is to give you piousness, so that you stay away from the things God forbids you from. That is why we end up earning something that we think we don't deserve. We deserve it because there are things we did on the way that catch up with us ahead. But we thought,
Right.
oh, well, that's why whenever a person falls into a trial from God, we start to feel like, is it a punishment from God? Or, oh, is it because I stole money from this lady? That's why. Oh, is it because I did? So you're the human being. You start having guilty consciousness in your head. You start to wonder, is it because is it because I lied? Is that why God is doing this to me? So you start asking yourself these questions because you know, right? Because God is
Right.
watching you. So it's because you have the fear of God, you'll be having that fear inside, the panic inside you, right? And that is why, as a believer, there's a particular sin when you commit, you're scared. Look, any person watching the video right now, if you want to test your faith as to if God is watching you, when you commit a sin, let me give you a secret on how to put yourself in fear. When you commit a sin, wait till it's raining and there is a thunder, the lightning and thunder. Please, when you commit a sin, go and walk through the lightning. Zen, are you willing to do that?
Absolutely not. I'm gonna be terrified.
I'm giving you a tip. It's a secret, right? And this you find it in the Quran. When you read chapter 2 downwards coming, you see it talks about the lightning, right? God uses that to put fear, to let people know he's watching. So there's a limit of the sins you commit. It gets to a point, I swear to God, you are scared to die. Because you know, if I die in this situation, what am I going to tell God? It's because you have the faith, element of faith inside you. Do you get the point? The people who claim they are atheists and so on, it gets to a point, I swear to God, they don't want to die. When they see the aeroplane about to fall down, they're like, oh my God, God, please save me. I will worship you now. I will repent. What? So all this while you knew there's a God. Now you don't want to die? Are you getting what I'm saying? So God is with us, watching us. But when you drift far away from faith, that is when you don't give a damn. And by the time you say, oh, I repent, it's too late. Because then the angel of death is already in front of you. But gradually, when you are trying to balance, you know, you can make mistakes, you can sin along the way, but you try to fix yourself to perfection. Nobody can be perfect. Nobody. But somebody's sins outweigh somebody's sins. Somebody can be doing a heavy sin and think it's normal. Right? So it gets to a point, there is a particular type of sin. Look, one time I got in faith, right? My faith was so high that I wasn't scared of death anymore. Like I was like, anything can happen. I don't give a damn. But it gets to a point, then you are like, God, please, I don't want to die today. Yeah. I'm telling you a honest truth, right? Because you check yourself, you're like, will I feel secured when I die today in front of God? Now, if you start to think like this, then you can fix a lot of things in your life. But the moment you cannot sit down and think that, what if I die today? That is when the sin overtakes you. You commit the sins, it encompasses you, you enjoy it so much. By the time you want to repent, the angel of death is standing in front of you. It is too late. At that time, there's no chance to go back. So this is why God is giving us the caution. We have a book to go to. We have a Quran I can reference. Then God is cautioning me, be careful. Stop doing this. So I have to keep up and remind myself so that I don't fall into that temptation regularly. So I fix myself. So somebody will tell you, oh, before I used to be a criminal, now I'm no more. Before, because he's trying to adapt to the fear of God in himself or herself with time, right? The moment you don't stop those things and you let the sin overtakes you, that is a place of no return. Every sin God asks you not to do is very sweet. It's enjoyable. Every sin that he asks you, don't do it. It's fun.
Yeah. Whenever I used to be a Sunni Muslim, and then I used to pray a lot, like hell a lot. I was super committed in every single prayer, and but unfortunately, I never read the Quran, not even in English or in my local language. Then I started doing that to or 2.5 years ago. What I found was whenever I read the Quran, it made me feel like the antagonist, and then the next ayah it made me feel like the protagonist. Then it was a mixed feeling. Oh, am I doing that? Am I the bad guy here? Or oh, I'm not the bad guy here. The next ayah it goes, I'm being the wrongdoer, and it makes me ponder and think about myself a lot, and which I'm grateful that I'm doing it right now, and I hope I keep on doing that, which is
No,
kind of fun and
it's
terrifying.
a good thing to do as a point of time. Look, it got to a point sometime in my life, right? It got to a point I'll get up every night to pray. I'll get up every night to pray. Then I started seeing myself praying 3 times in a month in the night. Then it got to a point I saw myself praying 1 time in a month in the night. Then I got to a point I wasn't praying the night at all for like a couple of months. So I sat down one day and I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? I asked myself. Then I realized, okay, I'm getting occupied with the worldly stuff, getting occupied, business, work, things like. Now I'm asking myself, the God I serve doesn't give a damn if I have a business, if I have kids, he can take me away anytime. The first question will be that, did you do the assignment I asked you?
Yeah.
It is not now you tell God, God, send me back. I'll go and finish. No, what? When he gave you enough time, you left his assignment and you're dealing with the worldly desires.
I was doing my business.
Your
I was
business.
making cash.
So that is the point. So sometimes we need to balance the issue. We get distracted so much, and we feel like, oh, my life is all. You see, when sometimes I talk to people and ask them, what is the most important thing in your life? Then somebody will say, my kids. I'm like, your kids? Like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, okay. So apart from your kids, what? They said nothing. My kids. I'm like, what? God is not part of your life? I'm like, oh, yeah, God. Oh, the moment the person is like, yeah, God, there's no way God is first,
I
right?
mean, literally, we don't think like that, do we?
But that is dangerous because this is why people commit suicide and they get depressed. People have depression. People, look, if the most important thing in your life is your business, what if your business collapses?
Yeah, then I'm doomed.
Then, if your most important thing in your life is your kids, what if they get crushed in an accident?
Then I'm doomed again.
Thank you. If the most important thing in your life is your wife or your husband, same goes like that. If you lose them, you can
Yeah.
commit suicide. So when you put God first, you come from God and you go back to God. When you put that objective in your head, everything becomes secondary in your thoughts.
Holy
You will
shit!
not
I
look.
just got goosebumps. Oh my god.
No, I'm not joking with you. This is something I've
No, this
lived
is
through it and I'm
yeah.
still living through it, right?
I got
So,
goosebumps.
um, you know, let me tell you this, right? I asked my kids, what is the most important thing in your life right now? Then my daughter says, you and my mom. And I'm like, really? I say, yeah, okay. So I asked my daughter, what if I'm not there anymore? Then she says, I cannot imagine how life would be like. But she says, I don't want to lose you. And I said, no, it's not about your choice. I also don't want to lose you. But we don't decide that. We don't get to decide. Then she said, who decides? And I said, God. And then she asked me, but why will God do that? And I'm like, that because he's God. And I said, we are in a race. He gave everybody time. When the time is up, you go. So then she asked me, what is the most important thing in my life? And I said, God. Then she said, but you don't see God. Why is he important to you? And I said, that is why he's important. Because I don't see him. Are you getting the point? So I gave her the example. I said, hey, I went to Ghana last year. Do you remember? She said, yes. When I stayed there for almost a month, and I came back. I pretended I was going back to Ghana. Do you know what my kids did to me at the airport? They held me hostage. Like they grabbed my shirt. They're like, no, you are not going. Come here. I was joking with them, right? But I asked them, why are you pulling me back? I want to go back to Ghana. It's fun. They said, no, we miss you. Come. And I said, you see how it feels? You see, the feeling of missing brings value. Now we don't see God, right? But we have created the concept where we cherish God. We love God. We try to do things to please God. God says in Quran chapter 2, verse 152 to 153, remember me and I'll remember you. Why do you think God says we should remember him and then he will remember us? Why do you think he said that?
Because I am the one who's under God, but he not the other way around. I need him, but he doesn't need me.
No, he makes himself available for you to need him. But he still wants to show you that support, that he is there for you, even though if you don't need him, he doesn't lose anything. But when you don't need him, you lose a lot.
I lose everything.
So same goes with us and our kids. I don't know if you have kids, but same goes with me and my kids. Look, if I lose my kids, I can get other kids again. I can either adopt or I can give birth to other kids. But you see, when you lose a parent, look, for anybody watching me, if you have lost a parent, you know what I'm talking about. And my condolences to this brother, MFG, actually. There's a brother, MFG, Mohammed from God, he lost his dad. Right? Condolences. Yeah. But when you lose a parent, you know how it feels like because of the bond you have. You can never replace your parents. It's impossible.
I can't even imagine that.
Yes, you can't replace them. Right? It's a terrible feeling. Right? I've seen people who actually lose their children and then they got new ones. They give birth and then sometimes they adopt. Fine, because there's always a chance, I can get. But parents, you can't replace. Kids, you can replace. Parents, you can't replace parents. So now put that position to God, because God in the Quran, when you read Quran chapter 2, verse 202, when you read up to 204, I think 205, he says, remember God as you remember your parents, or let it be more, which shows that the position God has put parents is a position of elevation. God has actually elevated parents very much in the Quran. The only time God actually doesn't elevate parents is when they actually try to impose the notion of idol worship on you. God says, don't obey them. That is the only part God didn't elevate parents. So that's why Abraham had a spat with his father. But parents are put in the higher pedestal according to God. Right? To the extent of God telling us to pray for our parents. Rabbi arhamhuma kama rabbayani sagira. That is Quran chapter 17. You ask for God to have mercy upon them as they raised you when you were small, because they are irreplaceable. But children can be replaced, right? So the connection there, I understood when my kids told me they cherish, they value, we are the most important. We, the parents, are the most important to them. Yes, because a smart kid can imagine that, okay, who will take care of me? Who will do this? Who will do this? I'm lucky to have parents who do this to me, and they show love. So that's why that love has to be reciprocal. You have to show the parents that love. That is why God says when they grow old, don't say to them, oof, or so, because you make them feel hurt watching you and imagining that, so this is the young guy or young kid I was raising to do this to me. You get a feeling?
I'm still stuck on the thing that you said earlier, that who's your most favorite, who's the most important entity or the individual in your life. So
Yeah.
me being honest to myself, I'm feeling ashamed that I would never put God as the first one. So it's still stuck with me. Like how can I be like that? I
Mm.
should be the one who should say in by default that okay, the most important one is God, then my parents, then my something like that, then my cat or something. But I'm a bit stuck.
No, when you are coming, no, let me tell you, when you are coming up as a young person, the most important people in your life are your parents. As a young person coming up, right? It's not wrong to say your parents are most important in your life. But when you become a mature person, you look beyond that. You start to put God first because you see, the more we are growing older, psychologically, we know we are getting closer to our graves, right? Psychologically. But a young kid, usually 90% of the time, a kid doesn't think about death. Do you agree with me?
Yeah,
Thank you. Because a kid doesn't have reasons to be thinking about death.
right.
But as an adult, as an adult,
It's a totally different ballgame.
oh my God. Oh my
That
God.
laugh says a lot of things,
He
man.
says a lot. I saw a man who saw a shadow of something moving on the ground. He jumped so high. And I'm like, why are you jumping? He said, I don't want to die. What? The guy is big, he's huge. He looks like a muscular person. He jumped so high. He said he doesn't want to die.
Definitely doesn't look like Muhammad Hiwi, right?
No. It's the Barbary. But the funny part is, when you're secured and you know you're good with God, you're not scared of going to meet God. No, you're not scared to die.
Yeah, God literally says that in the Quran, I think. No,
Yeah.
if you believe it, then wish death upon you or something like that.
You see, so it's a bigger topic, right? Discussing God. I've discussions with atheists, agnostic. I've had people who actually started questioning God. But whenever I speak, to God be glory. I tell you for a fact, whenever I speak to somebody who has that with God, their perception of God changes. It changes because I've lived through it. I've been in that position where I was questioning God, right? And He showed me His signs. I've seen signs from God, and I'm not joking. And some people in Finland here bear witness to that. I've seen signs from God. And He has used me to set up signs for people to see that He exists, that He's there, He's watching. So it goes beyond the most important thing, or the matter of who is God for me. I put God first above everything. So sometimes when I go in my daily routine in life, I pause and I question myself. I pause and I question myself. Yeah, peace to you, Jamal. I would have loved to have this guy to call, but he's leaving. No problem. Seriously. Somebody is giving you, Quran chapter 9, verse 24. You can write it down. You have to put God as more beloved to you, right? If your family, your business, your everything is more beloved to you than God and His messenger, and then striving in the way of God, then wait till the command of God comes to you. That is Quran chapter 9, verse 24. Thank you, Zabuta Buta. Wow, this name is interesting. Zabuta Buta. Anyways, thank you very much, Brother Zen. I need to end. I've done almost 5 hours. It's too much. I don't need to go that far. Thank you for
Literally haven't slept just to catch you on the call, man.
I appreciate it.
Such
It
a
was
pleasure.
worth it, right?
Absolutely, definitely. I got so many things to ponder upon again.
Yeah. You can rewatch the video playback again. When I'm done, the video will be on YouTube, so there'll be a playback for it. So
Sure,
I
inshallah.
appreciate you. Thank you very much, bro.
Thanks for your time.
You're
Peace.
welcome. Peace to you. Rachel Green, you try calling me. Rachel Green, you try calling me, right? You try calling me. Can you call me back, Rachel Green? Can you call me back? No problem, Rachel Green. Salam. Walaikum salam, my dear brother. I only see safety capital sisters. My brother, what's your name?
Yeah, this is Rashid.
Okay, Rashid. Okay, yeah, I remember now.
But I was watching it earlier and I slept off.
Wow.
I just wake up.
I've been here for almost 5 hours. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Brother, please, I have a question regarding frustration.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's stated in the Quran that frustration can only be done to Allah alone.
No, it doesn't say so.
Okay.
The word sujud has different meanings, right?
Okay.
If you understand it in the context of worship, then it shouldn't be done to anybody except God.
Anybody.
If you understand it in the context of showing respect to somebody, it can be done. Just like Quran chapter 12, verse 100, the parents of Joseph, they prostrated to him. And God even asked the angels to prostrate to Adam. That is in the context of just showing respect. It's not in the context of worship. So when God says, do not prostrate to the sun and the moon, it is talking in the context of ibadah, worship. You understand? So God is the one we worship. So that is the one befitting for us to prostrate to. So yes, that's the point.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my brother. That's the only question you have, right?
Yeah.
No problem. Thank you very much, bro. I'm about to end the program, so yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Peace.
Thank you so much.
Guys, the last question is somebody's asking. GMVS says, correctional officer, can I ask your interpretation of Quran 1971? And there is none among you except he will arrive at it. It has definitely been decreed by it. Yeah, arriving at something doesn't mean you're arriving inside that thing. I explained this in one of my videos. Was it the last video I did? I talked about this. You come around the hellfire, not inside it. So we are all going to see hellfire on the day of judgment, right? But it doesn't mean everybody is entering the hellfire, right? So thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Have the late lives. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Damage music, brother Damage. I appreciate you. God bless you for the support. Thank you very much. Guys, yes, Momo, the disciples is Baba, get some rest. I'm actually, I don't know, do I need to go to TikTok? I've stayed very long, right? TikTok, guys, TikTok, let's make a vote. Do you need me there? Do you want me to come on TikTok? Let me know. Actually, when I came home, whilst I was playing the Dr. Umar video, I was actually I was actually cooking something, and the food was almost ready. Guys, I'm telling you my secret. It's not fun. I don't need to tell you my secret. I was cooking something, right? Because I need to have food when I'm editing video. Like after I finish, when I'm editing, when I have food, I know I'm safe, right? Yes. No, you dead enough. You get guessed. Yes. TikTok wants me to continue. They want me to come and continue. So guys, I might have to go to TikTok, right? Don't know. I think I have this. I might have to go to TikTok. So guys, I've done almost 5 hours on YouTube. I'll be trimming the video down so people can watch well. Thank you very much, Kristen F, Sister Eram. Thank you. You can do this. Hasnayin Said. Thank you very much for the support. GSA is really great program, Shuaib. Thank you very much, Jihan. Thank you for the support. Nara Power. Yes, Nara Power. Thank you very much. Good night to you, brother. Yeah, I know some of you don't have TikTok. It's quite unfortunate, but yes, for those missing my TikTok streams, even though when I get to meet some of the mushriks with the heebie-jeebies, I bring it to YouTube. You see some of the interactions I do have with certain people, it comes from TikTok. When I have the interaction, I bring them for you to enjoy it on YouTube, right? So yeah, stay tuned. Whenever I meet those people with heebie-jeebies, I'll bring it to you for you to watch, right? Damage business. I tried TikTok. I'm so confused. I got on there to see what you got going on over there. Yes, I know TikTok can be confusing, right? It can be, but yes, with time, I know people will get adapt to that. Thank you very much. I appreciate you too, brother Damage. Yes, brother Mustafa, I see you. Salam to you. I hope you're doing well. God bless you. Guys, thank you very much for the support. I appreciate all of you. Musa Khan, thank you also. Shout outs to all those who joined, the callers who called. Yes, all of you. I appreciate you. Those who send the comments, those I wasn't able to answer your question on time. I apologize, but I know, God willing, I don't know, maybe on Saturday I might do a live stream. In case I'm not able to do a live stream, then you catch me in one of the days, right? But I'll try my best to see if I can make myself available for the next stream, right? So thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. And we meet again, God willing. Putting on my images. Christian F says he's putting on his images. Asma Winger, thank you for the stars on Facebook. Thank you to all those who sent me the super chats. Shurilini, Omar Sataur, Felix Bloom, that is Kollega. Please, you follow him. He's a German-based rapper. He has a large fan base. Instagram, YouTube, right? He supports, the Quran and the advocacy of what we do, right? So kindly show him some support. He's based in Germany. He's actually a big artist, and I like what he does, right? So thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate all of you with the support, and we get in touch soon. But if you're on TikTok, join me. Let's have some fun, right? I think my energy is there. It's just that the Dr. Omar something, the fake doctor, wanted me to get bored. But yeah. So guys, that is the end of this program. Peace out. Always give them a reason to remember your name. The correctional officer.